Henrik's stare seems to pass straight through you, but his face is tense almost to the point of twitching. He nods wordlessly to you. How's your recuperation progress?
It will take some time. I can heal grievous wounds and correct disfigurement, but remake my nerve endings from scratch. Such delicate and painstaking work is beyond my capabilities.
Oof.
Every day with you brings new challenges.
Delivers the last part with a grim smile. Something to tell you. Early yet confessed to killing Achilles Stalander.
By the throne! Why have you still not put the Xenos to death? First treachery, and now the murder of an agent of the Golden Throne. What will it take for you to act? A knife in your own heart?
Ah, that's good voice acting. She said the Stalander had betrayed the Imperium and was himself conspiring with Marasi.
Allow me to state the most likely version of events. The Xenos Iliad embarked on a plot with the Xenos Maragi. Achilles discovered said plot and paid for it with his life. And afterward, they fed you this poorly concocted tale to exonerate the enemies of humanity of wrongdoing.
We need every ally we can get in this place, only to ensure us to escape and continue to serve the Imperium.
The Xenos Iliad must not be enjoying her sojourn in her cousin's capital if she is eager to help her own victim. The irony.
You know about this place?
Regrettably, little. Komorra is the city of the Drukhari, the sprawling Xenos domain built in the very plexus of the webway. This is the home of their cabals, and the launch point for their raids into real space. The Xenos' most supreme leaders dwell within the shadows of this place, and this is where the Drukhari bring their bounty, as they have brought us. I would tell you more, but I can't. Not because of the prohibitions of the Inquisition, but because the information is fragmentary and unverified. Based on what we have learned here, we are in the prison of one of the arenas where the Drukhari killed their prisoners as public entertainment. These Xenos feed off pain, which means that entertainments like this are not a whim, but a necessity for these abominations. They need pain more than they need air to breathe, and so these performances must be held unceasingly, and raids to acquire new victims must continue without interruption.
How escape?
I cannot offer a ready-made escape plan, but I do know that the Drukhari are constantly vying and warring with one another. Their chiefs take pains to keep their servants from complete mutual destruction. If you can find a way to exploit their personal feuds, we might have the faintest chance of survival, and an opportunity to slip away.
Am I mistaken, or is the present company making you uncomfortable?
Do you actually want to hear what I have to say on the topic? Or was that just a polite turn of phrase that demands only an equally polite and insincere, "You are mistaken, Lord Captain"?
I wish to know your opinion.
I hope you do not need me to tell you that taking any Drukhari into your retinue is a stunt that falls somewhere between blasphemous heresy and incredible foolishness, let alone a Drukhari who has already succeeded in bringing myriad calamities down on our heads. I cannot imagine even one good reason why you should have taken this step, but I can think of plenty of bad ones, and that is what alarms and troubles me. Iliad is directly responsible for us being lured into her kin's trap. They plotted against us together. That she herself ended up a captive only shows how nefarious and brutal these creatures are by their very nature. Whatever story she spun you, it was the height of naivety to believe it. If I may be candid, I have certain reservations about Ulfar. There is no question that he is one of the Astartes, the divine warriors of the Emperor, and his help will be invaluable in our attempts to escape Komorra. However, as chapters go, the Space Wolves are extremely distinctive. I can't reveal all that I know without breaking the prohibitions of the Inquisition, but I'm asking you, be careful when dealing with the warrior.
I'm gonna take my leave.
The Emperor protects.
Speaking of Big Space Marine man.
Let us raise our cups at Fatar, in honor of deeds accomplished and in expectation of those yet to come.
Why call me Advator?
This is the name given on Fenris to a pack father, a commander or captain. An Edfater answers to a Jarl, the commander of a great company. Since you are the one who commands your crew, and I follow you at present, I am granting you the honored title of Edfater.
Thank you for this honor.
Be worthy of it, and see that you do not disgrace this glorious rank.
How were you planning of getting out of here?
I have had a few thoughts on that score, but don't try to pry them out of me. When the time comes, I will share them with you.
I don't think he... Despite his worthy attempt to play the fool, the Space Marine cannot deceive you. Ulfur does not fully trust you and is carefully observing your reaction. Oh, I see. Why do you devour your enemies?
Why do you think?
Medicaid test failed. Your answer seems... The answer seems clear to you. This bloodthirsty warrior has simply gone mad. Not being fed enough, we simply enjoy it.
If I wanted to sate my hunger, I would sooner swallow rocks than the meat of these lousy degenerates. These pathetic minions of the false gods. These heretical sacks of corruption and cowardice. Do you know of
That
the
row.
implant called the Omophagia? It is one of the blessings the All-Father granted to his Astartes. Nerve nodes that connect the stomach walls and the spinal cord allow me to absorb information from the genetic code of the flesh I consume. I have slain many Xenos and feasted on their flesh. My captors have watched me do it and taken glee in it, while I have been gathering information and planning my escape.
How about your brothers, the Space Wolves?
Not everyone is granted the right to ask such questions. But you, I shall allow it. What do you want to know about the Astartes from the glorious Fenris?
Who are the Space Wolves?
Vilka Fenrica. That is our name in the old tongue of our world. We are the fiercest of the All-Father's warriors. His executioners. His retribution. Our fearless Wolf King is Lehman Russ, son of the All-Father. Our world is Fenris, and our home the Fang, which rises from the world's spine into orbit. We are the thunder in the bloody storm of battle that calls to us. That is who we are.
Glory to the Wolves of Fenris. Following satisfaction, the wolf graces you with a magnanimous nod.
But there is more to our spirit than grim destruction alone. In the Hall of Heroes, we hold feasts the likes of which you will see nowhere else. To thundering laughter, we raise our horns, tell our sagas, and honor our glorious fallen. Though the body of an Astartes is built to be immune to the effects of drink, we invented a way around this taboo. The mead we brew can overcome even our blood.
Must
It
be.
makes us
Yeah,
strong.
it's poison. Like, just
And
straight
makes
poison.
our feasts jovial occasions. Mead. You can brew it nowhere else but on good old Fenris. No other world is home to such poisonous plants.
What is it like?
Fenris is home. A harsh land of harsh winters and harsh people. When comes the Hell Winter, a fearsome season of frosts, The merciless world sea freezes, and great white bears, snow worms, and ice trolls go on the hunt. Then, the murderous frost retreats, and boats of harpooners sail out to ply their craft, capturing sea snakes and krakens. And then comes the season of fire. Volcanoes awaken. Waves wash over whole islands, and only the land of Asaheim offers salvation to those whose blood and grit win them the right to live upon it. Clan fights clan. Crows circle over battlefields, and wolf howls rise up to the sky. That is my beloved home. There is no place in the universe like it. Tell me, Edfator, what is the most fearsome foe on Fenris?
Probably you. Oh. It's known for death row for a good reason. They're dozens of lethal creatures. I guess cold.
The frosts of Hellwinter are fearsome, but known and predictable. No. The curse of the Wolfen is the most fearsome and most terrible foe on Fenris. In the heart of every brother, there lives a dark beast, bloody and forever ravenous. He hungers to kill, not for glory or duty, or his battle brothers, but solely for the sake of killing. For he who falls to that dark beast, there is no joy or thrill in slaughter. There is but dull rancor.
Thornies look much less wild in icons.
Our gene seed is unique. Lehman Ross blessed us with the Canis Helix, a genetic gift that heightens our senses, making them sharper than those of brothers from other chapters. The Canis Helix kindles a bloodthirst in our hearts and changes our appearance to resemble the lethal wolves of Fenris.
For Space Marine Chapter, you're far from orthodox.
The wolves do not take orders from outsiders. We keep the old ways, not the Codex Astartes. We fight in packs, and we are trained and healed by our wise rune and wolf priests. We do not find honor in adorning ourselves in laurels, but instead etch the full names of our fallen kin as a promise of vengeance, and draw strength from that promise.
What do you believe in?
We believe in the great wolves, in the deadly Blackbane and fierce Drakan the Thunderwolf, in the redoubtable Hagar the Mountain Wolf, and in the Bloodied Hunter. In the wolf that stalks between stars, who follows us wherever we may go. And in the uncanny two-headed Morkai, guard of the realm of the dead. Of the great wolves, some show us their favor. Others are more malign. But each teaches us a lesson. For that, we praise and honor them.
Does that mean you do not believe in the immortal? I mean, he must.
The All-Father is not a god. He is the best of all humans.
Okay, see, he gets it.
Our perfect forebear. His blood flowed through the veins of Lehman Ross, and Ross's blood flows in me. Does that make me a god? My respect for him has no end, and I am ready to die for him. But what place does faith have here? Is the All-Father like the massive Iron Wolf, whose every tuft of fur forms a mountain on the surface of Fenris? Or is he as enormous as the Sun Wolf, which rises to hunt every morning and fills our world with light? The All-Father is not a god, but the highest of humanity. Ordinary humans struggle to grasp this. But we, his warriors and offspring, remember the truth.
Does it make him mad?
It makes his deeds all the more glorious. Battling gods is child's play when you yourself are a god. But if you are a man... now, that is the stuff that sagas are made of.
Dope. What else do Ice Priests do?
Lacan the Ruined Wolf once shared the mysteries of the healing potions and the secrets of magic sagas. He taught them to see the past and future in throne runes, to call down storms, and to carve powerful talismans.
This is the slightest power emanating from the charms. Full names that gives you strength. What is your name in that case?
Ulfar Redmane. That is what my brothers call me.
Given the warrior's boastful nature, the indifference with which he revealed his name is surprising. It seems he does not trust you enough to disclose his true name. I understand.
Do you? And there I was, about to round off my story with a short 400-verse saga about the gifts of Lacan the Ruined Wolf.
My curiosity has been satisfied.
Should what I told you reach other ears, I shall take your tongue.
How'd you end up here?
What do you want to know? What brought the Space Wolves to the Expanse? Or how I ended up in the non-human's Dark City?
Why did you come to the Cross Expanse?
An inquisitor by the name of Kalkazar put out a call for aid. My Wolf Lord did not refuse him, and had 2 packs deployed to the Expanse. We never trusted this ally, but a blood debt for a service rendered in the past forced our hand.
They don't trust him. Though it wields immense power, when it comes to the Astartes, even the Inquisition chooses to make requests rather than commands. Space Wolves are not known for being close allies of the Inquisition. How strange, then, that the chapter sent not 1 but 2 squads in response to this request, when 1 squad alone is capable of crushing a planetary uprising. 2 packs, just like that. Space Wolves must have taken his request seriously.
Insightful. We'd had no dealings with this Kalkazar before this. And we did not trust him. 2 packs meant twice as many eyes to watch out for his games and schemes. And then... The Coronis Expanse is a wild hunting ground teeming with prey. And the Space Wolves will be the first to turn its snow scarlet. The Jarl decided to send the most indomitable hunters who hunger for honor and bloodshed. 1 pack would have fulfilled its duty for the sake of pride, but 2 would seek to outdo each other for the sake of glory.
What debt did you owe?
He saved our brother who had lost the pack and was unable to look after himself or the chapter's honor. Calcazar returned our brother to Fenris and kept secret the misfortune that had befallen him. The Jarl knew that the Inquisitor's actions were driven by opportunism, and the desire to have us mighty warriors in his debt. But honor forced him to be hospitable to the stranger, and swear an oath of friendship.
I suppose fools not trust the Lord Inquisitor.
The Inquisition. Pah! Rats, scurrying around the Allfather's house and ruling it in the Master's absence. Cowards they are. The last into battle, but the first on any war council. We saw what they were worth in the months of shame.
You know the story. After the first war for Armageddon, in which the Space Wolves and the forces of Armageddon fought off the terrifying incursion of the archenemy, the Inquisition ordered that the heinous event be covered up and the planet's mortal defenders be thrown into labor camps and sterilized. The wolves defended their erstwhile comrades and evacuated many people to Fenris. The confrontation ended in a bloody massacre, and the courts of the Inquisition have not appeared in Fenris' system ever since. I've also met Xavier Calcazar. He is suspicious.
We also decided to be cautious. His words flowed like honey, and he seemed an honorable man. But lies always look like truth, don't they? That arrogant chief thought he could give us orders. But we wolves have always followed our own instincts and hunted in our own way. I wager that boiled his blood.
What do you know about his plan's objectives?
In warm furs, the old man does shroud his body. In cloaks of secrets woven, shrouds the sly man his plans. To know his dire purpose, swallow not the words of poison, but his gristle.
How'd you end up a captive?
We had gone on a raid for Xenos prisoners and fell into a trap. We had no war machines to support us, and some of our squad were wounded, so we were forced to retreat. I ordered my battle brothers to leave, but I remained behind to meet our guests. I do not know how many of the feeble wretches I slew, but I would have killed even more had their towering piles of bodies not hindered me in combat.
It's just hill mountains.
They wounded me and captured me. They froze the joints in my armor. When they dragged me to their ship, two of my battle brothers descended upon the Xenos and tried to free me. An insane plan, but it almost succeeded.
The homunculi talked about
Almost.
testing on two others.
There were 3 of us taken captive.
Yeah.
And then there were 2. And then I was alone once again.
I'm sorry they died.
Yes, so am I.
What about your time in Gamora?
These are dark days you are asking about, Edfater. Let my keen-edged friend be a witness to the ferocity of my words. I was given to Tarvantius for his amusement. In the arenas of Gamora, Astartes are a rarity. And he sent me out there to kill gladiators. Living as an inglorious butcher and a Xenos' puppet, I hated it constantly, every moment.
No.
I had to take care of my mind before it was twisted to the seven hells. Every morning I made entreaties to the Allfather, and every night I appealed to Ross. I trained my body, read the litanies, and in the darkest moments I recited my own saga. I recalled every battle, every wound, every brother. And that is how I survived. I always survive. This was a bleak saga, Edfater.
Answer a few questions about yourself.
Instinct bids me to remain silent. Such knowledge is not to be shared with just anyone. Only those who possess my complete trust.
Understandable.
Fenris Hilda, Edfater.
What does this do?
Speak,
Oh, this
Elantar.
dude's just here.
I know how to take risks.
Oh, for sure I was going to talk. Oh, no, we are going to talk. Master Travante sent me. Master wishes for you to send Kekaros on a swift journey to She Who Thirsts. Do not expect a fair fight. This is your execution. However, Kekaros is incapable of adequately assessing whether she fails to comprehend, and therefore you stand a chance, albeit a negligible one. Should you survive, do not return here. The witches will seek revenge, which is why the Master has already left the chasm and found new patrons. He suggests you do the same. So says the Master. The anatomy and accuracy in which the monster repeats Travante's words reminds you of the way servitors communicate. So we have been thrown to the witches. Even if we survive the fight, we will not survive the retribution of the Dark City. I hope the Arbenian knows exactly how to play, how his play is going to end. Will you go to your master now? The master doesn't need me anymore. I'll go kill someone, get their pieces, and make myself stronger. Thirsters, do you want to witness a great legend as ancient as Gamora itself? I give it to you now. Behold the tale of Sir Liel, the exile and the succubus dethroned. Or the succubus dethroned. Sir Liel was a mighty warrior of her cult, renowned and deadly. Her dance of battle was an entrancing perfection of terror. But then a time came when an audacious apprentice supplanted Sir Liel, turned her servants against her, and drove her out of the dark city. She wandered the webway's salvage wilds and slew stores of their terrible horrors as she fought for her life. Okay, what was the point of that story? In the legend, she slew them all and pressed onward, but our story will be shorter. Kill. Already killed a couple of these things. I ain't worried about them.
You don't belong in this galaxy.
They're already kind of in a good... Can you get closer?
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Ooh, actually, we should have put it there and just pushed Argenta up, and I could push him up. That was a mistake.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may. That is foolishness.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Ooh, gigantic crit.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me, if as duty demands. In the name of House Orselian, I shall prevail.
What the heck? Why isn't your pistol reloaded?
So shall it be.
Oh, nice.
Feel the icy bite of death!
Did I not do that first?
See how the sky is in flame. Wolves reign. I will carve runes out of your bones.
Even the monsters of the obscure sectors of the webway feared her and fled out of sight. Sir Lyle's exile continued in solitude until a great faceless swordsman barred her way. He wished to test her. Oh, is that Malice? Gotta be.
Suffer not the heretic to live.
Oh, no, it's just, what? Just a lone dude. I mean, he's got a lot of HP, but... Oh, we're just getting thrown into combat. I'm not even getting a chance to...
I challenge you, Danget. So shall it be. I have become your father's worthy instrument.
Holy moly. Oh, he's totally out.
None can do this better than a warrior.
That was easy. Didn't even run out of AP. Bested by Sir Lyle's hand, the swordsman knelt and recognized her still. He was no mere mortal, but the god's creation with respect for all things flawless. As a reward for her victory, he offered Sir Lyle a gift. A way to a place where she could claim her vengeance. In a forgotten fragment of the webway, she found a lair guarded by an ancient beast of the immeasurable flesh. Sir Lyle delivered blow upon blow, and yet her strikes could not diminish the creature's body or mute its roar. Roar, roar, rip, rip. Would have been sick if I hadn't already fought one of these things.
They will
See this from
bow
charging
before
out.
me.
The wolf is on the hunt.
Oh, that's annoying.
Cubs play.
Hopefully you hit. Wait, what's this do again?
Wolves reign. I have become the old father's worthy instrument. So it shall be.
First off, big kick.
See how the wolf succeeds. Wolves reign.
It's just gonna keep soloing everything. Do you see the immeasurable flesh fell for the infinitude of its being was no match for the needle of Sir Lyle's focus will. She ran the beast through, pierced its heart, and ripped it free. That heart was the black crystal of Sekha, the bestower of power. With Sekha in hand, Sir Lyle returned to Komorra and brought down those who had severed later betrayed her. She came to the threshold of her arena and shouted the name of her apprentice, the one who had once dethroned her. And hear her, the apprentice did. The succubus Sinistheria answered the challenge and descended the steps toward her. And killed her. And took the bestower of power from her cold hand.
Your kind has no right to exist.
The sound of frightened prey. Tantalizing.
I'm gonna send him to deal with this dude.
The fame-hungry come. So it shall be. Cubs play. You die in disgrace.
Well, that was a little less useful, but
None can do better than a warrior of
Oh,
the
whoops.
All-Father. Wolves reign. See how the wolf succeeds.
oh.
So it shall be. Feel the icy bite of death.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? You insist, Lord.
I will carve runes out of your bones.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may, I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
Huh?
Watch.
I think I messed up.
Warrior of anguish. Behold,
Your skill is lacking.
with grace and manners.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
You will pay for this in blood.
Hey, come back here.
My mastery is unsurpassed.
I understand your intent. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If I must. I am not your
Oh,
Xenos
no,
pet,
I messed up. I
monkey.
should have used claim the bounty.
No more. Another soul slips beyond the veil. I understand your intent. I see you moving. No more. I am not your Another soul slips beyond the veil.
I yearn for agony. Watch. With grace and manners. Behold.
I'll return the pain tenfold.
No.
It is Hannah. What a useless plaything. Broken already? Behold.
Rejoice in battle! I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Each one is a prayer.
Is here.
They're not happy. Even though, honestly, I think we could take them all. With me, my merchant vagabond. Make haste. Can I loot them all real quick? We can worry about all that later. Do this real quick. Ooh, so wait. What does it say? What's that? I wonder if that would work. That. Huh. Ooh. It's kind of cool. They give that to someone, make them, like, move into a different position, and then have her give them another action. Ooh. This one sounds funny. Right, persuasion. Yeah, big persuasion. Huh. Oh, wait. Should I have given him athletics? I didn't think about that. Oops.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Ensure the warrior gains a stack of tactical advantage equal to the number of enemies they hit during their turn. Ooh. Attack of opportunity against the wearer. The enemy must pass an agility resistance test or become blinded. What do your gloves do again? I think the other gloves are going to be better for you. What does it do again?
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Oh, Abelard, you're here. That dubious looking Xenos told us to take us to your lordship. I must say I was skeptical. Oh yeah, there's Henrix. Not the first and last time I blindly enter a portal opened by a Xenos.
You belittle me with this.
Well, you have nice little hair for... Wait, are you... Envoy the Poisonous Whisper. The elegant red-haired Xenos takes a sip of her wine-like liquid and gives you an appraising and somewhat surprised look, then smiles and says to the Xenos standing next to her, "What's this? New playthings? No doubt. And here I thought the Reaving Tempest was intending to offer up your paltry cabal for our entertainment." Tattoo covered Drakari. She is addressing, who is absent-mindedly sticking serrated needles into his own gums, scoffs in response. The Poisonous Whisper should learn to live up to their name, lest the cabal of the Wounded Skies live up to theirs and make you bleed upon the Dark City, you sharp-tongued pest. I expected something like this. At least we are no longer in the arena. There are far fewer Xenos here capable of opposing us. Marazi turns his head looking around the room and grinning in fiendish delight. This is one of the satellite towers of the main spire of the Reaving Tempest. What luck! Here Mrs. Throat is now that much closer to my claws. Oh, that was who he wanted to kill, that's right. But first I have to deal with my sister's pathetic guess. Bestial growl comes from behind you. Did the jester bring me here to listen to these dung-ridden beasts practice their, Yarji wits? These blathering Xenos are making me angry. I'll kill them. Plated 2 Xenos. Symbols of their armor are different, indicating that these two belong to two different cabals. If their venomous glares and thin smiles are anything to go by, they are ready to go for each other's throats at any moment. Persuasion smile. So which of you is worthy of getting the first taste of my pain, and which of you will have to settle for scraps? You belong to the Wounded Skies. I will help you remember the name by burning it into your eyeballs. The Wounded Skies are always so hasty and so eager to rush ahead, they fail to notice the daggers behind being shoved into their backs by more worthy aspirants who are offended by their witlessness. The red-haired Xenos gracefully places a hand on her weapon, and the male Drakari mirrors her gesture. I see you have not wasted your time in the Dark City. You have properly studied our way of thinking. Ulfar throws back his head and lets out a terrifying howl, filled with longing and cold, the promise of a swift yet painful demise. The sound of it leaves no doubt in one's heart that bloodshed is now inevitable. Hear like footsteps of Xenos coming from Terrace, and their voices brimming with anticipation. Stop. The reinforcements bar the entrance. Oh, so that's how they're explaining that those two aren't going to be helping.
Disgusting presence out of existence.
I will revel in your pain.
I was hoping that meant that we were turning them against each other, but it seems like that's not the case. Unless they surprise me and suddenly they start beating each other, which would be sick. There's no one back here, right? It's a safe place.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I think there's enough enemies to make this worth it. There's some.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Let me indicate you on the other page.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Your skill is lacking.
You are mine now.
Actually, maybe I should have done Argenta.
Me?
Yeah,
If you
but-
insist, Lord Captain.
Pretty big area.
If I must. If it serves your cause.
You know, one of them for an easy kill.
This tedium is beneath
There's
me.
you up there. Should have killed you.
I understand your intent. I leave you moving no more.
Foul breath.
If it serves your cause.
A work for a flesh crafter.
Go for the kill.
If I must. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
I'll leave you marked. How do you not have line of sight on that person? Or that person? Oh, for some reason.
I
Goes back
am
there.
not your zealous pet monkey.
What? You missed that? Of all shots?
Emperor, give me strength. I'll paint your death in colors.
As the Emperor commands. I'll do it. Eradicate it. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Oh. Before we do that,
Faith
get yourself a
without
nice big
deeds is
shield.
worthless.
Or as big as I can give, and then do that.
As the Emperor commands, is why I was chosen.
Better to hunt alone than with
Oh, I forgot to use this. Not that it matters. Yeah.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands.
Did the All-Father take your sight or your mind?
I'll do it.
Probably both. She's a little
Is a prayer.
silly. I think that level up sound I'm hearing is still registering that my friends are around here somewhere. Golly, Argent, just freaking stop. The only way she can now is that they're out of range.
Guided by faith.
Holy moly. Your crits are insane, girl. Huh? Is she just a free attack too?
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Isn't this a job for the try to grace, at least?
Oblivion approaches. Watch. Bring it on. With grace and manners. It is handled.
Oh, I forgot to use this so that he gets another AP. Dang it. Okay. Warrior ability will reset it all.
Don't distract me. Bill.
Wait, how'd you heal?
Perfect killing side. I am the Reaving Tempest incarnate.
Oh, it actually didn't. I forgot how it works.
Bill. Don't destroy a useless plaything. Broken already? With grace and manners. Me educate. I revel in your terror!
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. doubt is for the weak. Each strike is a prayer. I'll do it. Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor commands,
So close.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury!
Not enough work for a flesh crafter.
Maybe that's out of your range. There's the cover.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. I deal death with my hands. I understand your intent.
High momentum. Feel the icy bite of
You're starting to see the eyes of an animal that enjoys killing. No, it does not enjoy it. It just kills, finding no joy or delight in doing so. It kills because that is its nature. Stop. All our foes are dead. I am your comrade. Comrade. This word has a miraculous effect on the bloodthirsty warrior. Ufer's bristling, fiery hair lies flat once more, and the imprint of death vanishes from his gaze. The face of a wild beast gives way to a grimace of wariness, grief, and shame. What just happened to you? The malice of Wolfen beset my heart. It nearly consumed it forevermore. What kind of grief must it be to have nearly cost you your sanity? It is the breath of the frost that chills the bones. It is lightless malice, born of despair, the curse that preys upon them who have seen too many things and hate with too much heart. Too long have I been here, too long have I served as a tool of unrighteous wretches, a shameful fate for the All-Father's warrior, and shame is what scorches my soul. When I saw that I had once again become their plaything, that yet another Xenos had set me upon his foes, I thought it would go on forever. My mind could not accept the indignity of it, so my mind hid like a coward would, only thirst remained. Blind destruction, no thoughts, no regrets, no purpose. To be a beast, not a human, sweet temptation for a lone wolf. You have people to fight for, people who need you as you are, a warrior, not a beast. The All-Father, Russ, my brothers, I belong to them, I am their blade, and this blade will never break. Suggest we go and see why Nocturne of Oblivion has dragged us to this place. Yes, where is that slippery wretch? Let me have a word with him. Wait, who's this? Oh. I thought that we were focusing on this person. Some figure of the Harlequin emerges from the shimmering haze. With the grace of one performing a sorrowful dance, he approaches the dying Aldari nearby. Your dance is now tableau, and I lament. The darkness in the eyes that saw the path. I peer into those tunnels black and bleak. A gleam I seek, the one that points the way. to your imprisoned kin in Tempest Cage. The accursed jester, back again. If you start weaving your webs of rot and claptrap again, I'll rip out your useless tongue. Farseer's voice is weak and trembles from pain. It is strange that he is still capable of speech. His body has been horrifically maimed. The colors of his garb are familiar. The group of Xenos you met on Janus wore the same. At the top of the spire, they are all there. Help them, Arbenian, and help me. Take me away from here when it is all over. Soon. At the Farseer's words, Maraze's face stiffens, and he opens his mouth, but to no avail. The Drukhari appears to have lost the power of speech. Disdain you not, will I, with refusal. Your soul's refrain will I keep safe as well. Believe to me reality, Farseer. In dreams I'll give into your worthy hands. With Psalm Strike, the Harlequin ends his kinsman's torment and carefully takes the spirit stone from his body. When the Xenos turns to you, his hands are already empty. The stone is gone. And Taratel, who chose the path of the seer. Mururan told me he disappeared as soon as the cataclysm befell Kudarak. Does this mean my kin are being held captive at the top of the Reaving Tempest Spire? The truth is ready to reveal itself to me if I but stretch out my hand. Sparks of impatience flicker in Irliet's gaze. She wants to talk to you, but she will not interrupt your exchange with the Harlequin. Cassia clutches her head. At the sight of the Harlequin, and starlit blood starts trickling down her cheeks. Your colors, Xenos, are fractured and wrong, as it refracted through a distorted prism. What should be familiar is dispersed, and the bedazzling shades won't stop twisting madly. Xenos, tilting his head to the side, looks at Cassie with curiosity. So many things can three eyes glimpse at once. Shael's veiled paths and caverns to the soul, but with 1,000 sights you could not see the wrecks of fate beneath reality. Past creaking vaults will twirl you round in halls of intertwining serendipity, but not just yet. The dance calls for a pair. Your partner is, for now, tied up with me. I do not understand. Oh, nectar sweet, your name is ignorance. Make sure to savor every drop before your glass is drained by insight in a blink. Isn't that what he said last time to her? Maybe there was a little hiccup and it like re-engaged that whole conversation. Visit was part of your plan. Everything has gone as you wanted it to. You may applaud my disappearing act, the Reaper's fatal steps I did conceal, from eyes that dreams of blood so wildly craved, for unbeknownst to them, death merely moved into another hall in harmony, with inmates' steps and night's own melody. Harlequin makes an exaggerated show of drawing back an imaginary curtain. The shadows beneath the black eye holes in his horn mast once again form a mocking smile. The grand finale of this gory piece, where perfidy and cunning reign supreme, shall now unfold, my merchant vagabond. What does he want from me? Why have you involved me in your plans? Comora's ancient law was boldly spurned, and too despoiled were Kudarak's remains. The Tempest mistress, spurred by avarice, forbidden plunder brought to her dark nest. And though the city shrinks from those whose souls in darkness gleam with coruscating flame, the interdict is scorned, the pact ignored. Comora waits. Comora tastes its doom. To make of drama farce beyond belief, a pair uncredited assume the stage. A cutthroat monkey, captive of a thief. A dancer, make strife poet, guileful knave. With a weary sigh, the Harlequin concludes. When Coda's note falls silent evermore, the last a duty will perform, and then the first will move, his exodus enact. When the Harlequin's voice fades, the silence is broken by a torrent of untranslatable but highly expressive Xenos profanities. Maraze has regained the power of speech and is using it to curse someone's kin and progeny. Farseers. Gimaris brought a Assyriani Farseers to the Dark City, you stupid, desperate shrew. If this news reaches the... Oh, but of course it has reached him already. You, Arbarian, you came to Kamora to inform Vect of my sister's crimes and rescue her prisoners. Harlequin makes a gesture bow. I am revealed, and intrigues curtain torn. The puppet master deigned to briefly let me be the crosspiece of his artistry that tweaks and tugs the strings for dance and death. To Tempest mistress, vanish, I do say. I fashioned from your shackles a garrote. I don't know what that is. Your burning wrath, my thief, direct her way, and forth you'll see the fruits of vengeance brought. The accusations of consorting with Monkey are such a trifle compared to an attempt to bring about a disjunction. If only I had known it. Had Yemeris not managed to keep it a secret from me. Shields his eyes, contemplating something. I wonder how many times Nazarake cursed himself for not overthrowing Yemeris at the Oblivion Court when he had the chance. He had unknowingly spared the one his ruler had condemned. Hardly an excuse that will help him at his next meeting with Vect. What's so bad about Yemeris and breezing Farseers? The webway in which Kamarag resides is fragile. A ripple of the veil can breach its boundaries and cause a disjunction, an incursion of Silantresh into the streets. Each such occasion is an ordeal that weakens the Dark City, and so those capable of piercing the veil are banned from the spires. Of course, there are madmen who try to exploit any disjunction and the ensuing chaos to take down competitors and move up the food chain. It appears that Yemeris decided not to wait for an opportunity but to make it happen herself. Very well, one more reason to finish off Yemeris. I had enough reasons even without this revelation. K. Morag, I am half a step away from starting to see my expulsion from the Cabal as a blessing and not as a punishment. Nocturne of Oblivion watches the raging Drukhari with obvious amusement, but his interest barely lasts a moment. Xeno stills his head, staring at Birlet. The cradle's fragments smolder dimly there. Weartight has drawn the tempest altogether. Dare you plunge your hand into the flame and drag truth's embers out into the light? Oh, Arbenian, you asked if I am too afraid to try save the little that remains of my home, now that the wind of hope fans the flame of coming truth? The stone nearly its chest flares crimson, a timid glow that goes out as soon as the Aldari touches her chest plate. Even if the fire of truth burns me from within, I will follow this path to the end. Antalak, the Arbenian loves Jess, but this is not one. Please, before it is too late, we must save the Farseers. Allow me to go with you to the spire, to that nest of depravity, to the haven of pain, anger, and betrayal of my kind. Irlia's voice wavers like a taut string, and her eyes are veiled with darkness. Are they truly important to you? Do you truly not understand, Alantok? It pains me to recall how I was willing to exchange your life for the pathetic scraps of information Maharazi scattered at my feet. But the Farseers, with those scraps, they have the ability to grow an entire forest of truth. Gaff closes her eyes, lids fluttering from suppressed emotion. A very long time ago, an old friend once told me, a bird does not know its feathers' worth until it loses the gift of harnessing the wind. I think I understand now. What if what the Harlequin says is true, we will save whomever we can. I am grateful. I find myself wondering if a single Farseer, gazing at the hazy visions of things yet to come, ever glimpsed a future where the key to their salvation stemmed from a duo of a monkey and an outcast. She turns her face to you and nods with gratitude. Come along, let us tear the Farseers' lives from the clutches of my insatiable cousins. The hornmask tilts as the Harlequin observes the monkey and the outcast conversation with interest, but he does not make a sound. How is this connected to my escape? Strive up to where the thieving storm has built its squalid nest among the darkened sky. The tempest plunder hordes are buried there, and captives, riches, trophies all within. Amidst this cache, a gate to real space find. Pass through to freedom tempting and so craved. Companions have I brought, and steps revealed. My lines run out. I have no more to give. The stage is yours, my merchant vagabond. Go fetch a vessel swift. and get you gone. Ah, a ship. We will finally leave this horrible place flooded with starlit hues of agony and washed out tinges of despair. I'm hoping this lets me get more loot. From Malice. The merchant wishes them another fate, a sudden turnabout, and curious. What path ought they to take? All ears am I. Although the Harlequin's mournful mass is absolutely still, you cannot shake the feeling that a nasty grin lurks behind it. This is a game, a test. You must choose your words carefully. Be careful, Alantok. Arbenian weighs each word with meticulous pedantry. If you do not take care, you will receive what you want, only turned inside out like the fabric of the void without any stars. Several encounters with the Harlequin have been enough to teach you that everything that is happening is merely one grand show or dance for him. It is pointless to converse with him like a typical Xenos. He is a director, playwright, and actor all in one. All that interests him is that the performance comes off successfully. They are victims of the brutality that reigns over this place. I wish to save them from torment. Where do I go with this? I guess we'll go Iconoclast. The picture of compassion, so you are, remembering the weak and bare this way. Why not? I'll show my care for them all as well, and guard them from Komarog's horrors all. Cool. Thank you for helping me. The time has come to end this performance. Saying nothing, the Harlequin vanishes in a blue shimmer of air, the horn mass disappears last, the vicious laughter drifting out from beneath it. Oh. Okay, well, I guess you didn't. How much longer will we be playthings at the hands of damned Xenos? The torture, the arena, even the effortless escape. And the source of all these degrading ordeals is still alive. His burning at Yurliet. Oh, you see how he's over there, he hasn't come over. Yurliet looks at Henrix with empty eyes and shivers slightly. The deluge of misfortune did not start with me, monkey. It was your charge, Achilles. Do not speak his name. You sully the name of the servant of the throne by uttering it. And stop trying my patience with your lies. Maharaze, who has been engrossed in his own thoughts, springs to life at the interrogator's frenzied words. He turns his head with snake-eyed grace and stares unblinkingly at Henrix. Anything you want to say? Gives a mocking look and turns back to Henrix expectantly. You can kill me, torture me, grind to dust the very memory of my existence, but you cannot change what has transpired. The burnt monkey made a misstep. I killed the traitor. Enough, Xenos. Repeating the same thing over and over will not convince me of your ridiculous lies. The Road Trader takes you at your word. That is his vice and heresy, not mine, and until I have more solid proof of Achilles Stalander's treason than your prattle, I will not change my mind. Not now, not ever. He was weeping when he begged me for death. He freezes. What? He slowly turns around and raises his gaze to Drukhari. Did you say? No, he was squealing like a cattle at a slaughterhouse, back on the ravaged world where I spent hours twisting his mind and spirit. Slowly advanced towards the interrogator. Oh, I wish he wasn't like clipped in the wall so he can't, instead of making it a little goofy. It didn't finish moving him from whatever off-screen stage he and Abelard were on. Your servant traded away the most terrible secrets for a reprieve from pain. Yours, Henrix, Van Talax, and those of your little monkey Inquisition. Did I need them? No, what I wanted to know was beyond your servant's knowledge, but he still would not settle down, desperate to purchase my mercy. He kept mumbling incessantly, both about you, who he feared so much, and his beloved mistress. Lich Tenhart, wasn't it? His face twists with hatred, turns whiter than snow. No. Yes, monkey. You wanted proof of how weak your kind is and how insignificant your servants are, didn't you? The name of Emilina Lichenhart, the poor singed beast. He tried so hard, he was so eager to please his new master that he sold out every one of you. Cocks his head as if straining to hear a distant sound and grins carnivorously. Oh, Henrix Van Calix, the shards of your naive illusions are slicing your soul so sweetly. Be silent now. With pleasure, especially now that we have both got what we wanted. Lazarus, I have detained us. I beg you to forgive my outburst. Please lead on. Oh. Poor Henrix. Hey, come on. Everyone go do your part and pick up shiz. Do we free this victim now?
Is there money to be made?
Crazy how in this area, like, my two most dogmatic companions between Henrix and Argenta had moments of kind of being reprimanded for being so close-minded.
Was that supposed to be a challenge?
What was the point of that? Oh, that was required.
I better myself through my service. See? Right there.
Lots of goodies. Using a non-attack ability grants the wearer a 5% bonus to dodge, parry for each enemy adjacent to the wearer for 1 round. Or attack opportunity is performed against the wearer gains 1 stack of vengeance. Effect. Character's attacks of opportunity deal additional damage. The enemy makes... Oh, yeah, it wasn't everything. Is that better than your current stuff? Probably. I'm not even gonna bother reading it all. Whoa, that's sick. All enemies just did a debuff. Holy moly, that's strong. Oh, duh. And it has an AoE attack, thankfully, so that'll be helpful. I was really hoping I'd have one more round of goodies from Malice, winning in the arena again. Matrix. How are we gonna fix a Babalar?
I always have a backup.
He's still
plan.
debuffed. Dubats are already disarmed and under guard by your companions. They give you a haunted look as you approach, but do not dare say anything. Do you glance at the Xenos boat? Sure, its design and certain parts appeared bizarre, but you can still guess their purpose. You could probably steer it. I can steer a gondola, Alantok. You do not need these pilots. You are surplus to requirements.
Agony.
No way, we will co-op.
What a pleasure.
No chances. Oh, no new dialogue. Ooh. What a view. I'm surprised there isn't a viewpoint somewhere around here.
Keep your wits about you.
That'll be our next little point of operations, or what? Or we're just having a powwow. The gargantuan spire is too large to see in its entirety. Its true proportions are shrouded in shadows, and you feel as if those shadows try to envelop and swallow you whenever you look away. Grinning savagely, Ulfar says with undisguised joy, I smell blood in the air, blood that is about to be spilt. I hear the echo of clashing swords, and the terrifying screams of Xenos writhing under our heel. All, Father, what a marvelous feast you have prepared for me. The colors here, they are especially dark and dangerous. It is as if I am drowning in a bottomless ocean of billowing haze. But what is it? I feel a faint tremor coming from deep inside the spire, like the call of the Immaterium, except much purer. The spire of the Reaving Tempest, the steed of my cabal, both a place to find respite from the scheming of our enemies and a deadly trap for those too weak and soft for our ranks. Tilts his head and glances at you. The heart of the spire contains a secret, an ancient webway gate that has remained sealed for many, many eons. Yeramis kept it in case Vex's noose happened to tighten around the Cabal's neck. No one save for her and a certain other Cabalite know where exactly in real space the gate leads. A perfect escape route, and I can open it for you. How do you know how to unseal the gate? I find such deep trust between two Drukhari too good to be true. Trust? How unreliable. No, I simply abducted and tortured the Cabalite who was privy to this secret. There's even a chance that Yemaris believed the story about the pathetic weakling running off. Let's settle then. Let's get out of this hole. Grips his weapon. You cannot wait to leave Komora, and I cannot wait to pay my sister a visit. Rest assured, she is somewhere nearby. I have searching for the right word, a desire. Before we leave the spire, there is something I want to pick up, something memorable. I left it in the Cabal's abode. I do not want it to fall into the hands of others when carrion eaters and looters flood the spire after we are gone. There could be something in it for you. Fine, just point out where this property of yours is. Of course. First we need to find my raider. Most likely at the end of the dock outside the spire. Let's go to the end of this terrace before we enter the spire. Elintok. Irliet touches the glowing stone in her chest and turns her aching gaze to the spire. Her face is burdened with a strange expression, as if a roaring torrent of sadness, fear, and rage is about to erupt. My kin from Kudarok are still there. I can sense it, as I can sense the flames of their souls exorbitantly going out. Fury and fear devouring me from the inside, and I do not know what frightens me more, the grim answers that hide behind the spire's walls, or the scars that my heart will bear once I discover them. Yet I must learn the truth about my world. Perhaps this is the day the outcast finds her path again. Come along. When we find the Fire Seers, you will have all your answers. You speak the truth, Elintok. Let us be on our way. We will tear their lives from the clutches of my insatiable cousins. She said that already. I find myself wondering if a single Farseer gazing at the... You already said this, homie. There's the webway gate that the Arbenian mentioned. For it to open before you and let you enter the webway, you would require help from one of our kind. Her brow furrows. I could try to open the gate, but I do know that I would need a certain construct, a resonance device. The master of this place must keep it close at hand. If you wish for me to use my knowledge and to open the path out of Komora for us, find this item. Without it, I am powerless to make the webway allow us entry into its labyrinths. What's the plan when you find your kin? Fire Seers are not easy captives to keep. Whether the Dark Ones are using to repress my kin's power, those tools will be noticeable. I will find a way to them. Should we effect a spite inside the spire? Cabalites, witches, incubi. At Ymyrus' side, he pauses for a moment, an expression of concern flashing across his pale features. That is all. Spire's reaving tempest welcomes you with muffled noises seeping from its dark walls, distant voices, footsteps, and screams of pain. Oh, this is just if I wish to change the party, but I do not.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Oh yeah, this really is just a little rest area, so if I need to change my party, I'm guessing. Maybe this is a little side area? No? What was that one highlighted there? What
Trust for
the?
my sharp senses.
Oh, is this the item he was looking for? Miraze lightly leaps from the edge of the platform onto the raider, begins inspecting from the inside. You hear clicking and hissing as the Drukhari opens and closes various hidden caches in the Skycraft's hull, accompanied by muttered Xenos cursing. After a minute, he bolts upright and freezes, clearly wrestling with his own irritation. A moment later, he cranks his neck to look down into the abyss beneath his feet. Come here, Lazarus. Take a look at the view. At this view. What a strange suggestion. Why would I want to do that? Gives you an empathetic look, his smile slowly creeping across his face. Komora is the greatest thing ever created by an intelligent race. Surely you wish to see if it was meant to be seen. To behold it with all its magnificent detail. Push me. Chasm yawns endlessly below. The Cyclopean spires of Komora piercing upward out of the gloom. The details of these vast structures are hidden by the hazy gloaming. The many lights on the spire's terraces, which resembles marsh gas, are all that bring color to this bleak and awe-inspiring vista. The towering height takes your breath away, and you almost swoon, and then a gentle shove at your back makes you lose your balance. The moments stretch into an eternity. Your firm footing is swept out from under you. Your heart stops beating entirely. The chasm below seems to rush up towards you, ready to swallow you whole, and then clawed fingers close around your wrist, halting your fall, but holding you suspended in the abyss. Maharazi's laughter rings with dark delight as he finally tugs you back into the raider. Terror, unbridled, exquisite terror. Far more bite to it than the stale, predictable pain of torture victims. That burn in your chest, that dang in your mouth. Can you feel the blood roaring in your veins, your heart entering out a march of triumph, life becomes more vivid when death can come at any moment, Lazarus. I will continue to remind you of that. The Tempest Tabalites have already picked the raider clean. That means that what I seek must be hidden somewhere in the spire. I think it's in the torture chamber. Once inside, we must proceed through the first chambers directly ahead and turn left, then left again. Come, I intend to claim what is mine. Is this a bug?
I cannot be leashed.
Miscalculations are for commoners. I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning experiences.
So I don't look like there's anything of importance.
Suffering is an acquired taste.
Fate and fortune favor the bold. Let us not dawdle.
What is that?
I align my path with yours.
Oh my gosh.
For now.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
I have a nose for profit and the taste for adventure.
I guide humanity between...
I'm restless.
Entertain me?
Save your jests about fur fleas in my territory. I heard enough of them back.
What is it?
I woke up with a feeling of wonder.
House Orselio thanks you.
My success was inevitable.
My gosh. Are those still hitting us?
Temporary setback.
Oh, that's awesome. I don't know when the heck that
It's
happened.
nothing.
Stop squirming.
I'm grateful.
Join me in prayer.
I can see bright colors again.
Ministration is a holy task. The pain will subside.
I'll take it from here.
Reduce my action. But when the heck did I get this?
Let's not waste time with pleasantries. Is there money to be made?
Tell me I gotta try and rush through this thing? Or come from the other side?
Well, well. The meat from the arena decided to stay close to the crowd so as not to become another's prey.
The only reason why you were not ripped to pieces is because the Edfatter decided to take on a pet Xenos. So, shut your mouth, puny wretch, before I shut it for you.
I have learned much in my exile.
Cast your eye there.
A trivial task.
I caught sight of something.
My success was inevitable. Oh, too hard for a simple monkey. A trivial task.
Keep your wits about you.
My warp side reveals something.
Oh. Marazi strides among the mysterious Xenos devices and presses his palm to one of the strange pieces resembling a pedestal. With a hiss, one of the sides suddenly opens like an airlock. The Drukhari begins to examine the contents of the container. The thuds and clangs of objects being moved around ring harshly in the otherwise silent space. Meanwhile, your eyes are involuntarily drawn to the peculiar devices that fill the room. The ground. After the anatomical opera, you have not the slightest doubt about the purpose of the devices around you. You think you have seen some of them before. In the homunculus's laboratory, others are even more obscure in their design, but the gleaming needles, cutting blades, and tubes and flasks filled with revolting liquids give a clear indication of the horrors they can wreak upon a living body. I do not need a farseer to feel the pain permeating. I'm so stupid. This place with my very being. You feel the pain, cousin? Does not even turn around. Your re-education has clearly already borne fruit. Step closer to torture devices. As you gaze upon the machine's strange articulations, the tubes that end in sharp-tipped needles, and the instruments of the most bizarre shapes, you begin to have a slight suspicion about what these devices do to their victims. Chemical infections, dismemberment, mental torment. For a moment, your stomach churns at the thought of what it means to be subjected to these tools. The chamber of satiation, a place of reflection and pleasure. This is where the racks do their tinkering, working on new captives in anticipation of a hungry Cabalite who will appreciate their artistry. If Cervantes' servants were here, I could show you more, Lazarus. Chuck as if he made a joke. For instance, how to skin a monkey without killing it, or how to turn an Aldari into material for a charming trinket that will delight you for the rest of your life, but alas, another time. Got some grenades. Your interest pleases me. Here, take this, consider reward for your diligence. The chambers in the heart of the spire are now far from the webway gate. Perhaps there I will find what my soul so desperately craves. Let us hurry.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Huh. Ooh. Ooh, hello. But it's this one that has 3 shots. But I have a feeling I'm probably going to end up in a fight with a big target. So maybe I do just want to switch from being a little more multi-targeted, kind of like Iliad is, but just going all in and taking out a big target. What was the other thing I got? It looked like it was just... There's a strong pistol.
Can't hide from me.
My success was inevitable.
Rush not dawdle. I always get the job done.
I need to try and avoid progressing too far because there's multiple things to get done in here. Like finding Erliet's people. If they happen to not be up here, I need to turn around.
Hunt, brothers, take heed.
Too hard for a simple monkey?
So now we know that's the way to the main hall. Let's retrace our steps a little bit and look around some more.
Do I need to point it out for you?
A trivial task.
I always keep my options
I can
open.
cut your
a Farseer.
eyelids for you to see better.
I have learned much in my exile.
Gaetan, my son. Eldari's Farseer's tortured body is barely moving. You've seen abject creatures like this before, stitched together from several bodies. Their miserable existence serves but to satisfy their homunculus master's morbid interest in perversions of the flesh. And yet, this one is not like the others. A twin face stitched together from parts of several male and female Eldari turns its unseen gaze toward you. Its eyes have been crudely sewn shut. You have come, my son, a woman's ghostly whisper escapes the cut up lips oozing blood and pus. Hold the line, don't let the corruption spread further, a commanding shout comes, with a cough from the inside ripped open thorax, where 3 hearts are beating inside a single ribcage, as in a prison of bone. I finished the statue, master. A fleeting, satisfied expression passes over the stitch face as a suave young voice interrupts the warlike shouting. We are all united in the shadow of the great tree, sister, until Kyan claims our hearts. Your elucidator discerns yet another voice, soft and profound. O Isha, mother of all life, may your blessing protect the children of Asurion from the abominations of bodily and spiritual torture. Nothing of your kin is left in this creature, and their suffering yearly yet. That is not so. The accursed homunculus has merged not just the Farseer's bodies, but their souls as well. They are all inside in agony, torn to pieces by memories, their own and others. But I can sense the shadow of she who thirsts creeping even closer, to devour them and erase them from this world forever. I cannot let that happen.
Spirit fades.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Lots of goodies are here. Surely there's a little fight or something coming up, right? There's so much stuff. Something's gonna pop up and attack.
Is there money to be made?
Hey Morag, what a strange feeling, touches her head and her eyes dart around the torture chamber. Kel Mensha, pain take my heart. Placed on the grim stone pedestal in front of you is an intricate dame board, broadly similar to the one Regicide players use. Miniature figurines of Drukhari and Assyriani, still fully fashioned out of onyx and wraithbone, are frozen in elegant poses opposite of each other. Several of them are toppled, and for a moment you think you see fresh blood running from under the game pieces down the small grooves carved into the board. I do not like the look of this. Aye, stares at the game board stunned. Words never reach your ears, sensitive as they are. Quiet, please stop. Stop torturing my mind. I will not let you become another spirit on the wind. Not for the light of a million stars, just let me explain myself. pulls her silently. I left Kudarok because that was my path. Is that not what you have been teaching us from birth until the final moments of our lives? I can hear it very well, the mournful lament of our brothers and sisters tortured to death in this room. I prefer not to hear it, but I cannot, as clearly as I hear the melody of your soul's torment. But don't you dare. There is no need to blame me for what happened to you. Touches her jaw and seems to stop breathing entirely. Clenches her jaw. One of the Farseers is trapped in the game board, correct? Your words snap eerily back from her lapse of reason. How did you know? Blunky is incapable of hearing the call of the immortal soul of each child of Assyrian. Could it have been a simple guess? Yet you are absolutely right, Elentok. In their torture, the Dark Ones go far beyond the limits of what is possible. For imprisoned within these game pieces, within the broad design, this board designed for games, that intrigue the mind, is the soul of a Farseer. Oh, they imprison in a board game. Why does the wind blow and the rain fall? Why does starlight illuminate our path and darkness dismay us? It is their nature, for that is the way of the world. The Dark Ones feed on despair and suffering, while the Farseers are powerful beings of unending will, whose souls, however, are brittle. Every move on this game board causes the Farseer nothing but pain. She feels everything, sees everything, and is aware of everything. She dies with each piece taken, and is resurrected at the end of a game. So she believes your mental. What did she say? That I am a traitor. My path is paved with the bodies of my kin. That I am an outcast who carries the blame for destruction of my home, since I heard the call of our dying ancestors but did not return in time. That it should have been me in her place. Pain and suffering damage to the Farseer's mind. You could not have saved Kudarok alone. But I could have protected my home and met my end alongside the others. Iliad's own words make her shudder as she stares at the flayed bodies of her brothers and sisters. Still, for as long as at least one child of Kudarok is alive, its memory will not vanish, and I am yet to reach the end of my path. The seed planted long ago is yet to grow and bring forth the flower of truth. We should end her suffering. No, I cannot. If you destroy an Suriani soul without applying a spirit stone, Ceylon Thresh's claws will reach out and tear this soul apart. You can take what's left of the ship. It's hard to say how much more suffering her soul has yet to endure before we leave the city. She may even be devoured by Ceylon Thresh on the way, as forms like these make our souls very brittle and defenseless. But if you think there is a chance she can be saved, I will not stand in the way.
Keep your wits about you.
My success was inevitable.
That's cool. Oh my gosh, I could like really crank up her rate of fire. Oh, hello.
There's no right to exist.
What was that? Oh,
Monkey.
I didn't realize it appeared on the map.
Is it mortal or a trap?
What do we have here?
What's that? There's a part of me that's tempted to activate that, but I don't know if it's actually going to do anything of use.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Guide me. I'll return this favor tenfold.
Problem is that it makes them run around. If they're melee, it's fine, but if they got a gun, it's a problem. Okay, those dudes I just pulled over now got away. After Cassia, they're gonna give Argenta a chance to just wreck them.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
It's actually
Me?
these two can
If you
move around.
insist, Lord Captain. If I may, I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands is why I was chosen. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, is a prey. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. I'll do it. That is not the Emperor's will. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Eradicated. Each strike is a prayer. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Favor tenfold. A pitiful attempt. You are mine now.
I'm not a vessel for pain. I am its master.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If I must.
What was that? Oh, there's a dude hiding back there.
This tedium is beneath me. Fall, creatures! Ancestors, guide me! No weakness is hidden from my sight. If it serves your cause, another soul slips beyond the veil. I will not.
Who's left? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Phew! Okay. I don't know how you missed.
I understand your ancestors guide me.
What the?
That is beneath me. I deal death with my hands.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
That's annoying.
As the Emperor commands, each strike is a prayer.
The ancestors.
I'll do it. I refuse. As the Emperor commands.
Well,
Doubt is for the weak.
still immune?
I will savor your delectable angry.
Alright, at least get you all dotted up in the meantime.
It is I who will attempt.
Did it apply? Can't even see. Yes. Alright. Give him bleeds and poisons, I guess.
Our foes reek of cowardice.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may, me. If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
The main goal is trying to keep this.
Can't hide from me.
And this is more to
Isn't
get
this a
them
job for the
to like
serfs?
some willpower checks.
Heal my wounds.
Oh, it fell off.
I am not your son. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Wait, monkey, extend a helping hand. I will show you the way home. Do they have a clear mind? Despite the many bleeding wounds, the stately Aladari calmly straightens his shoulders and raises a narrow chin as he scrutinizes you with his keen gaze. Mysterious blue lights glimmer in his emerald green eyes. A monkey and an outcast have found their way into the heart of the Dark Sea to save what little remains. The universe is full of cruel surprises, but this is an outcome I managed to foresee. You have foreseen our meeting, but could not avoid being captured? What is the point of your prophecies, then? Glares the dagger at the fellow Aldari, but he does not look away. Arcere frowns, his face reflects guilt and grief as he says gently, I am glad our paths have crossed again, my child. It is a great relief for me to know you are alive, and a great joy to see how much firmer of spirit and mind you have grown over the years of exile. I think we have a lot to talk about. Aldari gesture, greeting gesture. You have got yourself a most amusing monkey to keep you company, Irliet. He understands our language and even knows a thing or two about a customary greeting. Not that any of it makes him a worthy companion for you to have on your path. It is the Elentok who keeps me at his side. Were it not for him, my soul would have long left this body, or else I would have been devoured by a minion of She Who Thirsts, and I would never have learned the truth of what happened to Kudarak. Have to start by introducing ourselves? Of course, Elentok. One forgets one's good manners all too easily in the Dark City. She can contain her fury. She gestures towards her fellow Eldari. Standing before you is Akelindial Maresh, who walks the path of the Farseer. He is the all-seeing eye and timeless sentinel of Kudarak. He was, that is. Either way, a monkey's name is not the kind of thing he would be particularly interested in. In case you were expecting me to introduce you in turn, you will forget your name as sincerely as one forgets a troubled dream in the morning. Ellen talk. Now that is a word I've not heard in years. The Farseer does not even look in your direction. There are other Farseers beside you in the spire. Between the homunculus's tortures, I was able to glance inside my kin's desperate minds. I saw every soul that was extinguished in this spire. I sang a lament for every brother and sister sacrificed by the Dark Ones. I carry their memory in my heart, and if I get out of here alive, their names will not be forgotten. Your senses fail you, Achillendil. Many died, but not all. Ilia turns around sharply and points to the game board containing the Farseer soul. I was unable to save her, but you could have tried. After I recoil as he looks at the blade game board. What is this? Explain yourself, monkey. What in the god's name made you decide to torture one of my sisters? Are you aware that a Farseer soul is imprisoned in this object, and that your very touch causes unspeakable pain to her immortal soul? You really help her. I'll release her soul from its suffering, but alas, giving her back her body is beyond my ability. Then do it. Lay to rest the wretched soul imprisoned in this object. Ilia blinks surprise in her eyes. There is a faint and fleeting trace of softness and gratitude. Really? I must confess I have set little store in your species in the past. Perhaps in some regards, I was wrong to do so. Xenos nods in gratitude, finds a spirit stone on one of the homunculus's desks, and chants a few unfamiliar words within your elucidator, which your elucidator does not catch. Dark blood pours out of the game board in the Aldari's hands, but as soon as he finishes his chant, a warm glow suffuses the stone he is holding. It is done. Did you help us find our way home? What did you mean? Countless hours I spent in the homunculus's cage were not all spent in the throes of agony. I listened, I observed, I absorbed, and I soon learned that an age-old gate built in our ancestors' epicenter of the Heart Spire will be connected to the world outside. This is just one of the multiple resolutions, in case we didn't bring Uzarai. I can unseal it and forge our path to salvation. I can help you make your way out of the Dark City and leave this place behind, but you must take me to the gate. My mind is still firm, and my spirit is unbreakable. My body, on the other hand, will not soon forget pain's embrace. What is the point of your questions, Elentok? I can guide you to the gate myself, not before Achillendil Maresh, who walks the path of the Farseer, the all-seeing eye and the timeless sentinel of the Kudarak, pours the light of truth into the bottomlessness well of my fear and doubt. Farseer's at your disposal. I fear this moment would never come. Takes a deep breath and looks at Farseer's eyes. Look at me, Achillendil, and tell me what adversary befell our home. As a council member, you cannot possibly be unaware of the truth, and Achillendil, do not even consider hiding anything from me. Sometimes ignorance truly is bliss, my child, but I cannot deny you your rights to know. Farseer tosses back his head, and his voice sounds like a rolling thunder. When we found ourselves amid the stars of this stellar fabric, we encountered a monkey ship, a ship much too puny to take on an Asuryani world, or so we thought, until the council was struck with a vision of horror to come. This ship would be our doom, not only for us on Kudarak, but for all Aldari kind among the nearby stars, and even for those whose paths stretch beyond the stars. We cannot allow such a thing to happen. When the ship approached, we pierced it with 100 salvos, and then rejoiced, for among the wreckage the rangers found no trace of the foreseen curse. Asurian, how wrong we were. The ships that returned from their reconnaissance to our starports were already carrying it on their wings, whether it was a scratch from a passing wreckage or the infected ashes of the monkey ship that the cosmic winds had not had time to disperse. The plague crept into our home and immediately began to eat away at the craft world's very flesh. In the Infinity Circuit, the souls of the ancestors battled the spreading pestilence ferociously, but the world was falling apart and there was no stopping it. Spires collapsed, rivers dried up, the ground itself sank, and all living things turned to a strange blend of organic matter and metal. We fought for our home until the very end, but when it became clear that Kudarak was beyond saving, the council decided to gather all who remained, board them on the surviving shuttles, and scatter across the galaxy to look for salvation. And that was what we did. Who steered the infected vessel towards Kudarak?
I am afraid you already know
Oh, hello.
the answer, Elentark. You just cannot accept it. Your predecessor, she who previously owned this vessel and your entire protectorate, the monkey who kept a piece of my homeworld in her study, like a trifle or trophy of no great significance.
So it was your cursed kind. His eyes light with golden radiance. Wait, and find it interesting that part was voiced. Wait, Elekindel. Shedding innocent blood will not bring back our home. Elentark is guilty only of helping me to reach this place and free you. The blood of the executioner of our people flows through the veins of the one you long to save. What has the monkey done to deserve your mercy? You said disease broke out aboard the ship. You want to know how your kinspeople destroyed my world, so you can follow their example? Answer the question, Akilindal. Not for the monkey's amusement, but for the sake of those whose souls dissolved in infinity. At first we thought the monkey were in the service of the greatest enemy of our kind, the one who lurks beyond the edge of reality, but the world's affliction manifests itself differently. It distorted Kudarak while avoiding encounters with the souls of our ancestors. We were waiting for Silin Thresh, and the destroyer of souls, to burst her way in through the gaping wounds of the world. Yet her gaze was directed away from our suffering. No one ever managed to identify the nature of the curse, even as we watched it destroy our home. And so, having lost all hope of saving it, we fled. And fled Kudarak. How did you end up here? Our twisted cousins found our arcs in the void's cold embrace. At first it seemed they were going to save us, to extend a helping hand. And so we told them what had happened to Kudarak and where to look for it. But our cousins' souls are dark and thirst for blood. My arc was one of the first they seized. Drukhari massacred hundreds of thousands of their own kind for fleeting pleasure's sake, and enslaved the Farseers for their accursed experiments, and that, monkey, was how I ended up hanging in this cage. Kudarak completely destroyed, but it's hard to believe. The Arbenian took care of what remained, but that is none of your concern, monkey. But Elekindel, how did Kudarak end up in the Expanse, this close to monkey ships and the Dark One's hunting grounds? That was the path chosen by the Council, my child. We had charted Kudarak's course among the stars for years, and no one had an inkling of the terrible fate that would await us in the place that promised us salvation. No one knew. Farseer looks away for a mere second, but an itching sensation immediately burrows its way into the base of your skull. Something is wrong here. As I have walked, have taught me a great deal, to see the truth where it is concealed, and to not hesitate to cut off the head of a lying snake that tries to coil around my heart. Stares unblinkably at her fellow Eldari, and her fury gleams her eyes. If the entire Farseer Council failed to foresee their world's doom, then everything the children of Asuryan have been taught about paths for centuries is a lie. You are hiding something, Akilindil. Speak. Speak now. How dare you take that tone with me, outcast? I'm not obliged to justify myself before you, let alone protest my innocence. You've already told us almost everything. Why hold anything back? Farseer's emerald green eyes are filled with despair. We have been steering Kudarak along a course prophesied by the stars themselves until Shael's tumultuous currents cast us to the edge of the Great Wound. A storm was coming, threatening to sweep Kudarak away from its path, so the council decided on a route to safety, across the nearest islet of hope and into the place known among the monkey as the Kronos Expanse. We stood by our decisions, but there came a point where the prophecies became even darker and more unsettling. Someone proposed altering the course, but the closing grip of raging Shael was blocking our path on all sides. It was then that the council's opinion was split. My vote was the deciding one in that difficult debate, for I believed that the prophecy that had promised us salvation in the Expanse could not have been a lie. You already know what happened next. Farseer closes his eyes, turns away. So we were doomed. I should have stayed on Kudarak. I could have tried to help those who survived the disaster if only I had not chosen that accursed path and left the craft world. I could have at least tried to save someone. It was not the Farseers who made a bad decision. What difference would it make if you had been on Kudarak? His mouth twists with displeasure. The Farseers. It was not beyond their power. They led Kudarak to prosperity for years, only to become too blind to what was going on around them. Had they not followed the prophecy as the old customs required, had they changed course instead, Kudarak might still be whole. There's no bringing back the past. You can try to change your people's future. Juliet stays silent for a long time, peering into the face of the Farseer standing across from her. Calm and collected, she looks prepared to meet his fate. Finally, Juliet replies, "We are both guilty and both deserve a fate much more terrible than death. However, it is too early for us to leave this world before we have yet to atone for our guilt. Come with me, Elendil. We have a lot to do before the Great Oblivion. We will find our brothers and sisters and protect them from those who seek to harm them. Perhaps we will even find a new home. The worlds are like a healing melody flowing into my tormented soul. For the first time, a slight smile graces Farseer's lips. I accept your proposal, my child."
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Thank Ras for my sharp senses.
A trivial task.
This is intriguing.
So I got a mysterious message.
Oh, too hard for a simple monkey.
Interesting, so they can completely resist the mind magnet.
Pay attention.
I have learned much in my exile.
What the heck was that for? There's nothing over here.
I always keep my options open.
Oh, this is the web labor's name. Armor restores wounds each round when the wearer has any number of the following. Oh, okay. I think that's definitely better for him. Even though that debuffing on everybody is really sick. That just synergizes with him. I could get this to her. Yeah. I don't wanna. Come on. Just get to it. Please loot.
I always have a backup plan.
A trivial task.
Wait, there's still something here.
My success was inevitable.
Ooh, someone's looking finish. Curious message.
Let us not do.
Oh, now this is here. I'm guessing because we completed whatever the message is.
That's how it's done.
That's all it was. Yeah, I don't need to read about all their torture they did.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Alright. I am going to quickly let my dog out and use the bathroom before bed. But there's a big fight that makes it worth it that I put on this big heavy sniper.
What's a peculiar thing?
I have learned much in my exile.
Is there money to be made? I know how to take risks.
I have a feeling we're not going to be able to disarm this thing, though. Unfortunately. Kind of dissuading me from going.
Keep your wits about you.
State your intention.
Fast.
Keep a sharp eye. Too hard for a simple monkey? A trivial task. I have learned much in my exile.
Well, that was fortunate. No one even cared. Wonder if both sides will be drawn into combat, though. They might not.
I have traveled far darker paths.
I will wipe your disgusting presence out of existence.
Oh, you know it.
Brace yourself.
What is that?
Besides it, she's gonna be closer to this side. Actually, I might just let him go running loose on this. What the? Odd. Oh, I guess it undiscovered that trap. Strange. That's annoying. Well, I know it's over there, but can't risk it. I guess I'll actually look that up.
I have read tomes of military tactics. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
I'll tear your heart out with this.
Wasn't the most effective.
If I may. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Shame you are in the way.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Also a shame that mine is there, so I can't just get up close for a nice little flamethrower.
As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Eradicate it.
I refuse to bow.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. I will not.
You will not withstand.
As the Emperor commands, I
I didn't realize
act.
there was a named NPC here.
Is a prayer.
This can't be. As duty demands,
One side taken care of.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Oh, it's because this is like all angled. Right? Wait, what? Oh, we literally can't move through here. That is so cringe.
Corpse play. See how the wolf died in distress. Wolves reign. I will carve runes out of your bones. So it shall be. Die in disgrace. Cubs play. I will carve runes out of your bones. My hand is thunder. My strike is ruin.
Oh, you're not named. Actually, it's just a class. You'll die to
I say
the burning.
bite of death. Die in disgrace. I will carve runes out of your bones.
Really, you actually will.
My blood sings in anticipation.
Thank you. Destroying that, I guess.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
I can hear her whisper.
I'll see to it personally. It's as good
Just
as
taking
done.
no chances.
Who if not me? Always keep your eye on the prize.
Did it go away? Huh. It's confusing. Where'd that mine go?
This could be an opportunity.
That the homunculi? Homunculus? Look like might be. Yep, he's gonna be the final boss.
Hunt brothers. Take
So, you sent the Elentark's predecessor to meet her death. The same monkey who may have been responsible for Kruderak's demise. I thank you.
No, she's not gonna like that.
Cousin, do me a favor and thank the white-haired monkey a few more times. The look on her face when she hears praise from you, it is priceless.
That's awesome. I was expecting to hear from Argenta Gamefist about it, but that's even better. We'll try these. That's cool. Kari. Oh, right. Some tax opportunity stuff. Ooh, that's a nice upgrade though for Henrix. He really needs it. He's been using the same staff for a while. I think it's why his range attacks are suffering.
I always keep my options open.
Haven't really gotten a whole lot of better ones, so. Gotta give him that grenade perk. You really need to bust something.
I always have a backup plan.
So, what's going on here? The Homunculus looks up from the control paneling, gazes at you with disdain from the other side of the impenetrable force screen. You survived, specimen. What a woeful lack of ability to follow orders. You were supposed to die, be it in the arena or in the chasm. However, the servants of Azaresh will soon remedy your blunder. I have not missed you either. Specimen, you might have noticed. The Homunculus limbs simultaneously gestured the massive construct supporting the force field around him. This version of the Stifler blocks both the energy that bleeds in from beyond the veil and any physical attempts to intrude inside its range. Your attempt at conversing is pointless. Simply continue on the way to your demise and do not disturb me. His voice is quiet and insulting as a smile plays his lips. Yes, you are safe for now, but as soon as you step out from behind the field, who knows in what shadowy corner will catch you. Any step outside could mean your death, then again, perhaps you will not come out. You might sit there for a day or two, a month, a year, forever, sitting and trembling, a small, frail inhuman, trapped in a prison of his own toys and fears. Which of us is in a cage now? Travante's face stiffens into a mask of contempt, but his working limbs begin to twitch nervously, and his chest heaves with a mechanical creak, as if he is suddenly running out of air. How strange. Next to this construct, my soul is both naked and swaddled at the same time. The colors around me melt away, and so do my powers. Examine the construct. Stifler is enormous and resembles the devices you have seen before. There's no doubt that its purpose is to suppress warp manifestations. However, you notice a few details that are out of step with constructs over otherwise typical Drukhari design. Several of its parts were made from a material foreign to Kimura, infused into its frame by an unknown force. What happens if I destroy the construct, I wonder? Then you will give thousands of souls to Sinlan Thresh Elentak, who will wound one enemy to empower another. Once she who thirsts is done feasting in Kimura, she will surely sink her claws into your worlds as well, because nothing can sate her hunger. Xenos narrows his eyes at you and hisses. You must be thinking that the moment you do it, Kimura will descend into demonic mayhem, and the valorous rogue trader will have rid the universe of the abominable Drukhari and finally flee these dark halls. Before all that happens, Specimen, the demons that will arrive will rip your flesh to shreds and devour everyone in sight. And while you are busy writhing in agony, I will have enough time to put everything back in order. You do not seem to share. So, you don't seem to share your kind's fear of the warp in the slightest. Does that make you mad or simply arrogant? Xenos responds with a self-satisfied chuckle. Fear is the reaction of a weak mind persisted with the inconceivable. Even our masters are liable to it. Oh, the pains it took me to convince the Archon to bring the Spirit Warriors into the Dark City, and to then conceal the evidence of the dimensional collapse that had destabilized the Spire. I alone acted without fear, and delved deeper, as a scalpel delves into flesh. I have designed devices that stifle the breath of the unreal. I am creating a weapon that will make the warp itself tremble, and I am using the raging power of suns as substance for my power. I know no fear. For in my mind, there is no inconceivable, only the unconceived. Using the power of suns, does that mean you are the one behind the disappearing stars? Of course. Masterpiece needed an unthinkable amount of energy. But how could I let something as trifling as the unthinkable stand in my way? The star you call Rinkad was stolen at my behest, as were many before it. Have you been to the world you monkey know as Sentinel's Pride? I only recently took its son while you were busy pulling witch guts on the arena floor. It was most amusing to watch your pathetic planet freeze to its core. How fascinating it is that such a paltry sacrifice as the lives of several million monkey can serve something as great as my masterpiece. Do you have other questions to ask? Why are you hiding behind a force field? Are you afraid of me? You think highly of yourself, Specimen, but make no mistake. That will not make me deem you a worthy opponent. You haven't have any special equipment reserves left? No, monkey. No more handouts. Until our next meeting, Cervantes, it will be your last. 30. A faint smile crosses Xeno's face. Farewell, monkey.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Now, hopefully I'm going to fight with something big here soon to justify using the sniper rifle.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, that's what he's looking for. Oh, I see it over there. Is it like a sword or a hook or something? Maraze looks like a sword. Spends several minutes rifling through the items on the tables until he stops, having noticed something. With a satisfied growl, he draws a long, pliable, spiked whip from a pile. Oh, it's a whip. whip from the pile. You hear a click, and an icy blue glow ripples out across the whip's smooth surface with a slight crackling sound. I did not find my shadow field generator, but my toxin kit is gone, and my toxin kit is gone too. But at least I have found my favorite toy. Drukhari shows he was fine. Do you know what this is, Lazarus? Humanity has similar tools for livestock and peasants. Tis, I doubt your kind is capable of such a sophisticated creation. Most likely it is crude copy. An agonizer. An electrical disintegrator that acts upon the nerve impulses. This particular one is too fine a piece to be used in combat, but in a torture chamber, he hefts the whip, clearly familiar with the feel and the weight in his hand. An exquisite instrument of pain. Total impulse control. It can deliver sensations as subtle as a whisper, or incinerate synapses. Why is this thing so important to you? Why? It is a priceless artifact that belongs to me, and I have reclaimed it before my kin managed to steal it. It is property of the Reaving Tempest and must not be allowed to fall into the hands of other cabals. And when we dispose of Ymeris, the Spire will certainly come under attack. And lastly, I can indulge in a little sentimentality, can't I? May keep the agonizer. Do you want to try it out? A little demonstration? Are you out of your mind? I have to express my gratitude for my escape from the arena, after all. What better way to share with you that which truly excites me? I'm not gonna let him hit me. Put the foul thing away. That's in disappointment, but he nevertheless coils up the agonizer and clips it to his belt. Let us go. No longer have any desire to wander this spire.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Is this where the fight is, or maybe just maybe one more little in-between floor? Found his thingy, we found the Aldari. This looks like a final fight, potentially. Ymeris gazes at you. The two of you lock eyes for the first time, and icy darkness churning in her stare. Worm, insect, you have the nerve to stand before me again? You should have gasped your last breath long ago. Very well. I will rid this arrogant monkey of his final breath myself. Archon's gaze shifts away from you to Maharaze. A venomous smile spreads across her face. My former Dracon. My inept executioner. Have you found yourself a new master? Maharaze draws his weapon in a single fluid motion. Before your soul perishes in the maw of she who thirsts, I will teach it pain. A kind of pain you have never known in the whole of your existence, sister. What about you, child of Kudarak? How does it feel to know that you could not save yourself, your family, or your precious craft world? Iliad's spirit stone flashes on her chest, and the ranger's hands tremble on the grip of a rifle. Your death will give me no joy, Archon Ymeris, but it may give peace to the spirits of my kin. You've taken Tervantes under your wing again. The homunculus may play as many of his little games in the arena as he pleases. I'm satisfied with what he provides for the ranks of the Cabal. That makes him valuable enough to spare his life. All those craftworld fragments, all those prisoners, was it all worth it, Xenos? Spare yourself the struggle of comprehending the meaning behind my deeds, wretched creature. Kudarak was to be my key to power, the likes of which the Reaving Tempest could only dream of. Majesty is mine alone to claim, and I will claim it. No, Archon. You are destined for retribution, blood for blood. I cannot destroy your entire Cabal as you destroy Kudarak, but I have the strength to cut off the snake's head. Poor little outcast. Ymeris leers at staring into her eyes like a predator. The suffering of your brothers and sisters nourished us for a long time. Now you too will give me your pain. What did you need the Farseers for? Why take such a risk? So be it, I will humor you before death, if only to step out of another shadow once and for all. I wish to orchestrate a little disjunction, and with my helpless brethren in my clutches, who are capable of tearing apart the veil with their mere presence, it could not have been simpler. When the time came, the Farseers would be my weapon against the Reaving Tempest rivals. Under cover of the Cataclysm, my blades would behead all those who stood in the way of my ascent. You destroyed your future with your own hands. When the truth became known, all the weapons of Kimura had been turned against you and against my cabal. And this coward was my Drakon. You are too quick to call the Reaving Tempest your cabal. You have neither the ambition nor the vision to lead all these warriors full lust for power and blood. Marazi laughs mockingly, dragging Farseers into our spire in an attempt to trigger a disjunction. What was your grand vision? It is a pity you have not bothered to lead a single raid in recent years. We would have been entertained to watch you order a fleet to fly headlong into monkey structures and detonate their engines, all to secure a bright future for the Cabal. I've grown tired of the games and machinations you have ushered into my realm. Prepare to die, Archon Yemeris. Die? Ha! Draws her weapon. You are the only one who dies today, and after I am done with you, I will pay a visit to real space to observe the terror and ruin wrought by my cabal. Do you know, monkey, that so many of your kind have had their lives cut short at the hands of their own kin? I used you to purge the ranks of the cabal, to clear all obstacles from my path. I used you to accomplish my goals. I colluded with your kind despite your much vaunted hatred of Xenos, which ought to have prevented any of you from even considering such a thing. You lie, Xenos. This is the foul slander of an enemy of humanity. Marazi narrows his eyes. You purged the ranks of the Cabal and cleared all obstacles from your path. Even in that you failed, you talentless wretch. I am still here. I will be the one to purge the raving tempest of you. My servants are heading out on a new hunt as we speak. Who will become their prey? Which lights will wink out in the void? How many monkey will perish in the darkness? Amber's lets out a mocking laugh. You will never know. Maraze, do you have any last words for your sister? Now you speak only with the permission of your pet monkey. My insignificant little brother, you never should have crawled out of your mother's womb. Your existence is a disgrace to our blood. Marazi's lips stretches into a sanguine smile. My poor older sister. You still cannot stand the fact that I was born, but how can I be surprised? It's hard to think of more glaring proof that our mother considered her first attempt to continue the line of failure. Yemeris stiffens and a moment later bares her teeth in a furious hiss. The Archon of the Reaving Tempest raises a hand to signal to her underlings.
Xenos scum. Sweet death.
Only 9? This will be easy. There's definitely going to be another phase. The immediate goal, of course, is to get him to her, because he has to get the kill. I will do all I can to help him get it. These dudes aren't going to be a deal for a while. They're slow. They even have ranged attacks. Oh yeah. But because of our height, we might be out of line of sight. I don't know. Sometimes light is a little fucky. That's how I think it should work for line of sight. And I can't have Argenta killing Yemeris just yet. I need to kind of put her in a position where she won't do her usual gunning down every single person. You know, just to gun down specifics. If I put him like right here, I think he'll be safe. And I won't have to waste an AP point. Get the dodge. Oh, but I'm going to send him in anyways, actually. So, fine. Use Cassio's dance to do so. Unless, of course, I bring her to him.
If I may,
What a good idea, me.
me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
What the? Why can't she place other ones? Oh, it's because I did this first. I'm stupid. I fudged up. I'll let him do his thing first. Ooh, I almost made a big
I am
oopsie.
a navigator, not a servitor.
Don't distract me.
Too bad.
With grace and manners. I am not a vessel for pain. I am its master.
Could also inflict bleed on her. Maybe we do that actually. My only worry is that she's gonna run away because of her stupid. She's got a gun. These guys though don't have guns. Oh, that was Zone of Fear! I used the wrong one! I'm so stupid!
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Pay for this in blood.
Also, I can reset these back up.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
At least one of them. Hey, come back here. Aren't you annoying? I don't know what that was.
Behold. It is handled with grace and manners. Behold. Watch. With grace and manners. It is handled.
Like a broken texture. Oh, she doesn't have any first aid on her. That kind of sucks.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
That's okay.
As the
Let's just get rid of the rest of these
Emperor commands,
guys.
I act.
They're actually quite tanky.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
You will pay for this.
Doubt is for the weak. I am his will made manifest. I'll do it. Eradicated. As the Emperor commands. You, my Emperor! Faith without deeds, and none can escape the Emperor.
I could use Argent to try and prime her, but I'm a little scared that she'll get like a gigantic crit and kill her. But let's see.
Oh!
Oh no, did we activate another phase? Oh, we did. Hey, can Argenta have the rest of her turn back? Thanks. A little greedy of you. Also, I need to be careful because Argenta crits are cataclysmic.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Here, that's annoying. Huh? What's the range on that thing?
This tedium is beneath me.
Oh, she did some stuff. She activated turrets. Uh-oh. That's gonna be a bit annoying. Oh, what did they do? They also made this a no-no spot. That's annoying.
If it serves your cause. If I must.
I'm also hoping that by killing her, there's just gonna be like a scripted event afterwards where
I understand
he gets
your
the final
intent.
blow. Just in case, I'm gonna make a little save point. So that way I can go back here in case I bring too much chaos.
Pay with your blood in the name of Cain Amentia Cain! No weakness is hidden from my sight. Ancestors, guide me!
Can't mark turrets, it
This
seems.
tedium is beneath.
My guy can hopefully kill these Hulks with a big fat crit shot thanks to that rifle. At least I can hope.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If I must. Deal death with my hands.
Ooh. Splendid. A beautiful double kill.
You cannot force me,
What?
Elantak.
What do you mean no less? Oh my gosh, because this dumb little... Are you kidding me? That's enough to line your sight? Take a shot.
Fortune favors the swift.
Take another
If
shot.
it serves your cause. Ancestors, guide me.
And take another
This
shot.
tedium is beneath me.
She got two more. Take a shot.
I am not your secret. If I must.
When Fenris is in battle, who shall...
Of course you can somehow shoot up here. Even though that doesn't really make any sense. Is there a way for me to get line of sight on everyone? Looks like it. Right next to my darling Cassia. Oh, wait. Hold on. Ooh, I should have moved that first. Oopsie.
I'll see to it personally. I'll
Oh,
make
good,
it
and I can
happen.
mark you too. Question is, will my character only make 3 shots because of the stupid gun having only that many rounds of ammo? Or is he actually going to, like, reload his gun partway through and make sure that he hits everything?
On it. see to it personally. Who, if not me? I'll make it happen. You should feel honored to witness this.
Let's find out.
You should have thought twice before crossing me.
What? I swear it's something to do with this, with these low ammo guns. I don't know. All I know is it upsets me.
It's as good as done. Consider this a taste of what's to
Didn't
come.
even kill it. You low rolled. You doomed us, dog.
I'll make it happen. Who, if not me?
I should not have brought this stupid sniper up. I don't care if it has big damage. 3 rounds is trash. Can't do anything with that. Oh, why does this cost so high? But I guess it's worth it. Oh wait, can I kick this dude away? Kick! Yeah. Oh, you fell down. That sucks. Sucks for you.
So it shall be.
Position him here to try and hopefully move him over there if needs be. Oh, actually, I probably should have sent him down closer to them.
How dare you?
What? Round 2? What's happening? Oh, come on. That looked awesome. Hey, no mind though. Okay, yeah. Let's move some things around.
If I may.
This is the crit zone now.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Perfect. Really help him understand this, Ryan. You don't have a phase 3. Die.
Killing strike.
He did it.
I mark my path with ruin.
Haha. Think straight, buddy. Go cause some chaos.
Slow and painful is the way. I'm done playing with you. Behold. It is like you call this a strike? I yearn for agony.
Oh, did more show up on the other side? Oh, they did. He can't do anything about them right now, though, so I guess I'll just have him chill out there. In the meantime, how about all you buddies just get together?
Bring it on. I will herd the prey. I will savor your delectable anguish.
Oh, I'm confused. Why did that...
With grace
That's weird.
and manners.
Didn't AoE from that angle on the other group.
It is handled.
Oh well.
Euphoria of anguish! Don't pay for this in blood!
Oh, I should use that. Oops.
Behold. With grace and manners.
Rejoice in battle!
Oh, wait, maybe I should have actually... Oops. Messed up.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Faith without...
Oh, I didn't even have to use that other one.
Emperor's judgment.
She is about to be the target of those bad boys down there, so I need to get a little bit of that. Oh, unless... Can she get covered? Please?
Doubt is for the weak.
Great.
I understand your intent. I am not your zealous pet monkey. This tedium is beneath me.
Big crit.
I am not your seed.
Oh.
Only a pain won't stop me.
That's right, I
I'll
have to
see
wait
to
to
it
start reloading.
personally.
This is so lame. Please. She set you up.
I'll
Get a crit.
make it happen. You should have thought twice before crossing me.
How? How do you not get that crit?
See how the wolf succeeds! So shall... Wolves reign! Die in disgrace! I will carve runes out of your bone! I challenge you, damn get! So shall it be.
This didn't work. Oh no, it does. He doesn't even have the angle.
No! His ruby flashes are choking me! Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Now it should
On
work.
it. Never stood a chance.
That's more like it.
Who if not me? I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally. Your end was inevitable.
Much more like it. I can't see what's happening. Someone picked something up. Oh. Marazi turns to you. He is holding a crystal coruscating otherworldly fire. Lazarus, look at this. Your enemy's soul is in the palm of your hand, under your complete control, at the mercy of your desires. Is this not the greatest revenge for past wrongs? Push the crystal. Just bringing your hand near the crystal is enough for you to feel the waves of psychic energy emanating from it. When your fingers brush the icy surface, the maelstrom of another's emotions burst into your mind: hatred, bloodlust, terror, despair. Unable to endure the onslaught, you draw your hand back. Arazi scoffs, blithely drags 2 fingers across the crystal and returns it to its proper place on his belt. This thing offering practical? It does. Marissa's suffering will grant me strength on the battlefield. Perhaps one day I will want to replace her soul with the essence of another, more worthy opponent. But that will not come to pass anytime soon. We should go. Oh, this is the gate. I didn't even realize. Oh, these things. Mandrake's words are barely comprehensible. The creature is clearly not accustomed to the tongue of its dark kin. The Draken didn't offer a sacrifice for our deeds. The Draken must become the sacrifice. Maharazi places a hand on his weapon. His voice sounds calm, but his gaze is tense as he peers the dark creature before him. You should not have crawled out of the abyss that your wretched kind call home. Consider our pact broken. Nazarahe did not hold up his end of the bargain, so I had to finish the job myself. The result matters not. Sacrifice will be made. The mandrake's head turns to you. Make the sacrifice, monkey. The tribe never relents. The tribe will find you. With a pure heart, I will raise my horn in praise to the All-Father on the day that the sharp-tongued stum dies. The Falzinos may be a meager trophy, but he is still our trophy. Give him up without a fight to this talking mob. Giving him up to this without a fight to this talking mob is shameful. Lord Captain, these creatures, it is as if they absorb the colors around them and spew out darkness. I do not think they are lying or trying to intimidate us. They will come from the shadows, just as they came once before. Certainly hope that our partnership is worth it, Maharaze. Keeping you around is costly. Hukari glowers at you. So is keeping you, Lazarus. Shh, senseless creature. The tribe will find you. The tribe will have its sacrifice. Lots of new goodies. Ooh. That's awesome. Oh. Monkey hide cape. These all give damage, except direct damage by 1%. I'm guessing this is a vista view. No.
My patience has its limits.
We leveled up twice from that. Jeez. Wait, first enemy in a round. Does that mean I have to... Like the first enemy period or my first enemy? If it's any enemy, that's not gonna be good for me because I act very, very late. Unless I always have Cassia give me another action. Ooh. Oh, maybe... Did I give this one to Argenta? I don't remember. Ooh. Oh, I haven't picked this up yet, Hunter. I thought I had. But there's two versions. Maybe there's one for area and one for single shot. What was that shot through one? Where is it? Masterful display. May not get that one. No, there it is. All right. Let's see if we get home without a hitch or if there's going to be more drama. Oh, is it going to put us back on Janus? I guess that makes sense.
With the physical horrors of Camorra behind them, a long and arduous journey, possible only with the help of a Xenos guide, lay ahead for the rogue trader and his party. From one strange destination to the next, through unknowable environments,
Oh, so we went through multiple
the mere
web
sight
plays.
of which could drive one to madness.
Oh, is that our... the dude who helped us out? It looked like him. Harlequin.
Despite the challenges, they managed to escape the labyrinthian webway and find their way back home.
No, that sounds like a question. How much time has passed? That's the question. Because I was thinking about it. There was a potential fight between the other two rogue traders while we were gone. That might have ended up going down. Old man, poorly shaven commoner. Overall's eyes view with suspicion. He is clutching an autogun that looks like it is one careless reload away from falling apart. The man narrows his eyes and inquires, "Oi, who are you lot? You're not bandits, are you?" Old man, upon noticing a non-human in your retinue, the old man grimaces with contempt and clutches the Aquila hanging around his neck. "And chumming around with inhuman stuff, no less. Begone, you lanky freak. I compel you in Saint Cognatus' name, in Saint Nicomedes Keefe's name, in Saint Drusus'..." What the? He's going through all the people. Is this monkey possessed or simply mad? I am the master of this planet, Lazarus von Valaxius, and I require something of you. Blessed throne, you're joking me. His lordship. In these here backwoods, what an honor, a big ol' honor this. The man drops to his knees and tries his best to hide his travesty of a firearm, pretending that he was not just pointing it at your chest a moment ago. I'm just a lowborn, a small, humble man. I've only ever seen your lustrous visage on the holy icons in the temples of the capital. Who are you? I must out, your lordship. I wander the woods. I test the soil. Taking great care, the old man reaches into his sacks and pulls out a scratched auspex with a long spike wrapped in a muddy rag. The tech priest told me, once 1,000 steps you have walked, thrust the mystical probe into the ground, say a prayer, and press the Smaragdine seal. Offer 3 prayers to the emperor, then press the ruby seal. Thus will the probe test the land and tell you what minerals dwell therein. What do people of James say about my abduction? Man gives you a puzzled look. What's that? Did some broader abduct you? Who could perpetrate such villainy? Kidnapping his lordship. The nerve. We hear nothing here on Janus. Okay, so word hasn't gone out. How are things in the colony? I won't shame myself by complaining. We live. Thanks be to the God Emperor and your lordship. We pray for your health every day. Our new masters, the old Ultraquisitors, they're a dignified bunch. They fancy the learned type, though, and no good ever comes from scholars. But on the upside, they are paying you thrones for your service. Can you believe it? I hadn't seen a throne in my whole life, and they are giving us 2 for every month's work. His expression darkens. There's this plague going around Janus, though. Makes your hair fall out, your skin go pale, and your voice disappear. Turns normal, emperor-fearing people into right freaks, scum of humanity. We call folks like them wretches. Scary to look at. Better to put them all down. Well, we do little by little with poison. Governor's well? Can't say I have the foggiest. We've never even heard the governor's name, but it still beats living under the accursed heretic Vistenza Bloodsucker. I need a shuttle and some means of contacting the Astropathic Choir, so I can summon my void ship here. In a jiff, your lordship, please be welcome to our flying ferry. It's right over yonder in the brush. It's also where our expedition's Vox Wizard is staying. Will your capital offer protection? I do not wish to exchange one prison for another. Will that there chatty mug be flying to the capital with your lordship? You got an awful big mouth. It looks like trouble. Xenos is coming with me. He is my guest. With a frowning grimace, the commoner bows and mutters under his breath. Oh, this won't end well. With guests like these, better grab 'em by the floppers into the pyre. Burn 'em right quick. Oh, just like that. Back at the void ship. Man, what a journey. We found 2 new friends. I confess my love. We found some sick gear. Look at all my homies. Oh, they're not happy right now. I can tell. Or I think that's what's happening. That or Jaya's just bugging out right now. The high-ranking officers beam with genuine happiness. Danrock steps forward and solemnly says, "Welcome to the bridge, Lord Captain. Like the rest of the crew, we are overjoyed by your return and thank the Emperor for it." Crew stares in awe and terror at the giant towering over the crowd. Some make the sign of the Aquila on their chests, others collapse to their knees with a prayer to the God Emperor on their lips. This wave of pious shock does not seem to discomfort or discompose Ulfr in the slightest. He just chuckles into his beard and glances around curiously. Marazhe's presence alone is enough to elicit gasps of dismay and whispers from the crowd. The Drukhari ignores all monkey reactions to his person and surveys the ship's bridge, examining every detail with ostentatiously cool interest. His marked casual posture is belied by the subtle and unusual tension in his body. Serene light of my eyes, I am overjoyed to see you among us once more. Truly the Exalted One is merciful for showing you the way back home. I hope all the Ashmags who left us to languish without our Lord Captain have already become food for the warp demons. Oh, unfortunately, one's right there. And actually, two of them, technically. Dome and Lazarus, the flagship without you was like a body without a heart. Its blood froze in its veins. We welcome your return and stand ready to serve. Lord Captain, I'm so glad to see you. I nearly lost it when you up and disappeared. Also, do we ever heal Abelard? Disappeared on me. I was getting by on stimulants and Retcalf. Oh, she's not gonna be happy when she finds out about who killed Theodora. I was getting on stimulants and Retcalf. I barely slept. Also, why are you still doing drugs, Dro? We talked about this. Also, I could keep listening to the whispers for any clue how to find you. The only other time I felt so powerless was when Lady Theodora. She stops. Pardon me, Lord Captain. I'm talking nonsense. I still offers you respectful bow. The return of the Master of the Temple is an event honored by every spirit that dwells within the sacred systems and machines of this abode. First off, how much do you know about my abduction? Not much, Lord Captain. All contact with your party was lost shortly after the supposed pirates boarded the ship and abducted your companion's kinspeople. We immediately sent shuttles with boarding parties to your aid, but we didn't find anyone on the ship save the crew, all of whom had either been butchered or driven insane. Iliad's expression is inscrutable, but her eyes are fixed on you and you alone. Since your lordship's body was never recovered, we hoped against hope that you were still alive. Alas, even our most alert augur operators never spotted anything suspicious, unless our ignominious failure put you in dire peril. Dare we inquire what happened to your lordship? I mean, this isn't lying. This is what happened. My loyal servants, the accursed Xenos tried to take your leader from you, but their plan has... but do I want to lie? Maybe I'd... This is going to turn a lot of people on early yet. I don't want it. It doesn't matter. The topic of my disappearance is closed. As you command, Lord Captain. Where's my ship been all this time? The Officers' Council decided to take the ship to Footfall, where one can hear the gossip of the entire expanse. Our agents tirelessly searched for information about your lordship. We had heard even a whisper of where you were imprisoned. We would have immediately launched a rescue expedition. While you were absent, Lord Captain, we made every effort to find you. That resulted in a number of modifications to the ship that have significantly upgraded it. Thanks to a favorable deal secured by the esteemed High Factorum, the ship is now equipped with the state-of-the-art Augur systems and direction finders from Kiava Gamma. Enough empty talk. Your master is waiting for a proper celebration. We begin at once, your lordship. Glory to the rogue trader, glory to House von Valaxius. Subject's triumphant roar sends a tremor through the bridge. It is as though the ship itself is greeting a long-lost owner. Factorum smacks his lips awkwardly and adds in a quieter voice, Lord Captain, the senior officers will report to you shortly. In your absence, you received a number of astropathic messages and dispatches that demanded your attention. Nomos. Oh, is the picture... Oh, what the heck? It's not like... It's looking kind of out of its head. Is the picture becoming more clear? I think it is. Your servitor suddenly stirs, their movement frighteningly identical even to automatons. They stare at you and say in perfect unison, Hello, Nomos have come to welcome you back. We sense that a great deed has been done, a vivid imprint on existence. You did something very important. What was it? Escaped from the dark city of Xenos and showed them mercy. It suits you. What we see in you, light and connections without the urge to destroy. Did Nomos say it correctly? The servitor chorus, which sounds as a single voice, falls silent. Nomos appears to be waiting for your response, in eager anticipation. I'm glad you learned to understand me, Nomos. After a long pause, the servitor chorus responds with an unexpected forcefulness. Nomos are glad too. We must go now. We will come to speak with you later. Another pause follows. So long the silence becomes more piercing than a scream. Then the servitors finally break it. We felt sadness when we could no longer communicate with you. We were worried about your fate. You can detect with the naked eye the moment when Nomos leaves the bridge. Servitors stop moving in sync and slowly shuffle off to their posts. I've been playing late last night's catching up. Your lordship, I must report highly compromising information about the member of your retinue, namely Mistress Jaya, who, it turns out, is nothing of the sort but a commoner, a fugitive from the law, and a deserter from the Imperial Guard. I have solid evidence to prove it. This evidence better be incontrovertible. Cornbowles holds out a data slate to you. It is all here, your lordship. Official records from the Ministerium, attestations from the Departamento Minitorum, and much more besides. Want to know the details? I may have overlooked some nuances, but I have solid evidence that the person whom we presently know as Jaya Hedari served in the 19th Ifrit Regiment and was identified as the perpetrator of numerous instances of theft and smuggling, as well as desertion. And this individual is not of noble birth, but of the lowest origins. How'd you come to know this? In your lordship's absence, the burden of watching over the dynasty's treasury fell upon my shoulders. I deemed Jaya Hedari the likeliest threat to the dynasty's material security. I had my people conduct an investigation and they uncovered a past connection between Hedari and an individual by the name of Mercy, a highly influential figure in the Casbilica mission, with a dangerous reputation. Fearing that the predatory interests of the Casbilica would pose a threat to your coffers, I began my own investigation. It was entirely reasonable to suspect collusion of some kind between Hedari and Mercy, and so my suspicions were confirmed. The two were connected. It was from Mercy's associates that I acquired the compromising intelligence on Hedari. I wish to see Hedari. We have something to discuss. For some reason, she's got her sword out. Chopped me, did you? You little wannabe quester. Jaya's voice and bearing undergo a stark transformation. Biting soldier slang cuts through her typically gentle speech. Dumbest thing, your servants, Lazarus, and they're sneaky as too. They'll climb up a Grox's arse to find out what they want to know. What the heck? You talk about your past. Only the stump slings his hook.
Well, your lordship, ask away. I'll tell it like it is. I'm not going to try to wriggle out of it.
Tell me the real story.
So what do you want to hear, Shireen? A children's tale about a beautiful princess? A ballad about a queen of thieves? How about a new story, Shireen? Once upon a time, there was a little girl who lived on a sand-covered lump of rock. And the core of that rock contained untold riches for servants of the Imperium. The girl scraped out those riches with her little hands, breaking her back and coughing up her lungs, on behalf of people who had never clapped eyes upon her, and who would never know her name. She did this every day until she turned 16. And then... Then his servants came and drafted the girl into the 19th Ifrit Regiment. Can you imagine? Of course, the regiment was wiped out on its first sortie. But the girl survived. The Exalted One protects. So what was next? Years serving in the Astra Militarum, just a shitload of hard labor, and fighting, and deals, and shady connections, and new opportunities. But everything in this world ends sooner or later, Shireen. The now not-so-little girl went and fell in with the Kasbalika. She saved up a little gold, and she even indulged in excess from time to time. Until living the good life almost cost the little girl her head after her patrons got caught in an internal investigation between the Officio Prefectus and Departamento Munitorum. So the girl ran as fast as her little legs could carry her, until her eyes and the beams of fortune brought her to the Expanse. A shitty story, all things considered, Shireen.
You have a family.
The folks on Footfall are my only family, Shireen. The trickster twins and the rest of the rabble, plain-talking and loyal as dogs. And sometimes as dull as the pommel of a worn-out blade.
So you used to be in the Imperial Guard.
Corporal Haydari reporting for duty, sir.
Huh.
I've had enough of the Astra Militarum shit to last a lifetime, Shireen. And my body's collected enough souvenirs from run-ins with Xenos and heretics to last 2 lifetimes. Except, when it comes to the Guard, there's no such thing as used to be. That wretched life sank its claws into me good. But that also means I remember what it's like to be a small, shaking, insignificant pawn. And that's why I appreciate what I have now all the more.
Did you get involved with the Kasbalika?
What? You think it's difficult? Once me and my fellow guardsmen snuck into the upper city in search of a good watering hole, where the high and mighty of that world congregated. Another time, our regiment was sent to defend the tallest spires on a hive world. And I had an epiphany. I saw how the other half lives. And by half, I mean the ones born with a diamond spoon in their mouth, instead of an entrenching shovel rammed up their arse. My eyes were open to the truth, Shireen. The Imperium is full of opportunities, even for people like myself. The trick is knowing whose palms to grease, whose boots to lick, whose throat to squeeze, and whose arses to kick. I was very popular with everyone in the Guard Command, you see. I'd procure things for them, whatever they wanted. And so the Kasbalika took notice.
You're a deserter as well.
You know, Shireen, I could still be bouncing around from one world to another, holed up on tired old ships with only venal grunts for company, if I hadn't decided I wanted more for my life. I accepted a shipment from the Kasbalika of certain chemicals. You know, for carnal pleasures and the like. Some bigwig was throwing a party to celebrate his 5th decade in the service. And that's when I got the attention of the newly arrived commissar. I was rummaging through the pockets of Astra Militarum with one hand, and shoveling the Kasbalikan cargo with the other. You can imagine what would have happened to my head had the commissar not started with my higher-ranked patrons.
That explains the lung implant. What about the hand?
It was orcs.
Ooh.
Not everything I say is a lie, Shireen. Whoop the fu- Never mind.
Who's this Mercy?
We knew each other once. He helped me make the move to the Expanse and establish my first connections. But that's an old story I prefer not to poke at if I can help it. Things are good in my life now, and I don't need mercy.
That's your new persona.
Are you worried I'm going to start spitting on the deck and shriveling your officers' ears with my foul tongue? Don't be, Shireen. I much prefer being seen as a princess rather than a deserter. I'll continue to play the part in front of the others, but you wanted to talk frankly, so I've dropped the act.
I think we've covered everything. Return to your duties.
Sir, yes, sir. Your lordship, Shireen. I'll be here, all primed and ready to go.
Gorgeous faint smile. Now that the seal of silence that has shackled them for years has finally been broken. Can you put your sword away now? Oh my gosh. Danrock adjusts his jacket before addressing you. Oh, are we going to talk about Theodora? Now then, Lord Captain, shall we get to business? We have a number of items to go over. Oh, we're going to go over. The Expanse is in flames, your lordship. Squadrons of smaller groups of despicable Drukhari raid our systems. The cult of the Final Dawn has emerged in full force, wreaking havoc everywhere. We've heard rumors of the fall of Santiel Prime. That's what we heard about. House Chorda's world. An outrageous sacrifice, given how abundant and inexpensive Promethium is there. Strife is broken out between House Winterstale and House Chorda. Chaos reigns everywhere. Only the esteemed Lord Inquisitor is trying to fight it, concentrating all available forces at Footfall to draw them into a fist that will smash the rampaging heretics and Xenos vermin. What kind of Xenos are attacking the Expanse? Drukhari, your lordship. The squadrons, both large and small, are invading the Expanse, unleashing carnage on planets, taking captives by the thousands, and attacking ships. It is as if something has poked their nest, if you will, and now they're lashing out. Yeah, but for the worlds. The heretics' malicious acts make it difficult to maintain astropathic contact with the colonies. The Cult of the Final Dawn strikes everywhere, and their sleeper agents are active on every planet. On Babel 6, a mutiny was crushed after a group of newly arrived prisoners succumbed to blasphemous propaganda, but other worlds stand firm against the onslaught of the enemies of humanity and do not succumb to their pernicious influence. Xavier Calcazar is leading the defense. Exactly. The esteemed Lord Inquisitor Calcazar has declared himself Warden of the Kronos Expanse and issued orders to requisition troops. He has made Footfall his base of operations, and it was the most logistically convenient point. From there, his fleet strikes through the Expanse, destroying the forces of the Cult of the Final Dawn and the abominable Drukhari. He may be all that currently stands in the way of the Expanse being reduced to ashes. When the heretics laid siege to Euphrates II, the hallowed forge of the Cognizance fleet, the Lord Inquisitor sent an enormous force. Now they have the Explorator squadrons recalled from the front lines, stand together against the heretics in battle for the sacred planet. There was a sort of strife between the rogue traders. When the esteemed Lord Inquisitor called upon the rogue traders to join his forces, her ladyship Incendia Chorda heeded the summons, while his lordship Caligos Winterstale ignored it. Rumor has it that his refusal was defiant in manner, and served as a pretext for Lady Chorda to declare war on House Winterstale. Winterstale ships are being hunted, and his worlds occupied under the pretense of compelling them to submit to the Imperial Creed. Surprisingly, for all his love of fighting, Winterstale is in no hurry to defend his domain. According to intercepted astropathic messages, he and his retinue are currently on Quetzal Timur hunting down a Xenos fleet. Aldari, by all appearances. Okay. Go kick his ass. Is there anything else I should know? Lord Captain, during your absence, your retinue has seen certain changes. The esteemed Master Enthar will no longer be able to accompany you. According to a message from the Adeptus Arbites, he has been discharged and is currently an overseer on Veabo 6. However, Prefect Vulture has informed me that you have the authority to challenge the decision and have Master Anthar reinstated. Solmar has been discharged, but why? The Adeptus Arbites tasked him with a mission of some sort that, as far as I know, ended in failure, leading to Master Anthar being deemed unworthy of his rank and unfit to serve you. I would like to note that his Cybermassive is still on board. What? They separated him from his dog? Due to the damage the dog sustained on Thessera, Master Anthar left it in the care of your tech priest. Here there was an implant malfunction. The servants of the Omnissiah have patched up the creature. They have also warned that a final synchronization of its implants with those of the Master Anthar is required before the Cybermassive can be considered fully repaired. Solomon will rejoin my retinue. I will collect him in person. And I will send the request to the Master Anthar reinstated, and notify the overseers in Veabo 6 of your impending arrival. Oh, I have good news to share as well. All preparations for the deployment of the Heartless have been completed. Oh, the ship is fully operational, ready to perform under the duty you see fit for it. Factorum lowers his head in thought. There have been other minor developments, if you so wish. I will gladly bring you up to speed on the bridge. I would not want them to take any time away from this occasion. We got some people and some crystals. Thank you for the report. Oh, are people floating in the air currently? Oh, they are. We're Captain. Abelard bows his head. Allow me to make a request, a personal one. While you were away, the choir master received an astropathic message from Dargonus. It concerns my family. The Warsurians have been accused of treason against House von Valaxius. What? How is that possible? I cannot comprehend it. Shakes his head hopelessly. The Warsurians have served the rogue trader dynasty loyally for generations. This is hard to admit. The news has come as a crushing blow. The accusations were leveled by, or on behalf of, the drive stems. the governing house. Under normal circumstances, the investigation would not have required your involvement, and my entire family would have been, but being of noble stock, the Wersurians are entitled, under an ancient custom, to petition for a rogue trader's personal protection once in a generation. Your personal protection, Lord Captain. Abelard raises gaze to you. Do not deny us that honor, I implore you. So the choir master sent a message to Dargonis, saying, I will personally take part in the investigation. Abelard breathes a sigh of relief. It seems to grow an inch or two taller. It will be done, Lord Captain. So, did you have a chat with Ardenta? Idira hurriedly enters the study, sniffling and hunching her shoulders. She looks haggard. There are bags under her eyes, her hair is disheveled, and she hands quiver slightly every few movements. With some effort, she forces her eyes on you and forces a crooked smile. Thank you for agreeing to hear me out, Lord Captain. Here's the deal. After all that happened recently, the voice in my head suddenly flared up and started gabbling worse than before. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm handling them just fine, but I think I know a way I can get them to settle down a bit. I keep having the same vision over and over again. I'm walking down a corridor. There's this door at the end, and I just know that right behind the door is a blissful silence. All I've got to do is reach out and open it. So I touch it with my fingers. I can feel the cold, rough metal, and then I suddenly snap out of it and always find myself staring at a wall in some compartment or other. I look behind me and all the doors on the way are open, but I have no memory of how I got there. Lord Captain, I'll cut to the chase. Please help me find that door. I'm not joking. This is a matter of life and death. My guts tell me that it's my last chance to deal with my powers, and if I don't... Forming decision on questions asked you. Absolutely, Lord Captain. What do you think is behind the door? I have no idea. Maybe some incredible implants from the Tech Priest's secret stories? Or I don't know, a serum kept in the Inquisition's vault? There's such a thing as aerotech, right? Plenty of it lying around. Maybe some of it could help me. Adira is trying to maintain a facade of confidence while simultaneously pulling at a hangnail so hard her finger begins to bleed. Ooh. If you refuses to obtain any clues as where to start looking. Big ones as usual. I think I can hear the muffled cries of some weird birds, and my head is sweating like it's somewhere hot. I'm surrounded by rockreed, your everyday Imperium stuff, except it reeks of burnt flesh, fried cables, and chemicals. Sorry, that's about it. Nothing more concrete, but I think if we get close enough, I'll sense it immediately. Stories describe similar to the door your whispers come from. No. Well, I don't know. It feels different. The one from the visions feels very, I don't know, real? I can even touch it. It's definitely not an illusion. It really does exist somewhere. And trust me, neither of us wants to open the other door, the whispering one. I find it difficult to believe that suppressing your abilities is safe. Idira snorts. Oh, it's really, really not. I'm sure you've heard stories about how people tried to lock Psyker's abilities away for good, and how those Psykers would then eventually go insane and explode into little pieces. But if there's a way, no, not to shut my door completely, but to make it so a tiny little crack remains, now that's a different story. I can just feel it. If we find this thing, whatever it is, it'll all be alright. What if it's trapped? No way, it can't be. Whatever, I'll go in alone if you like. Just please help me get there. I have no more questions. I'll find this door, I give you my word. Thank you, Lord Captain. I knew you wouldn't leave me in a bind. As soon as I sense we're close, I'll let you know right away. Jay is back again. The Exalted One, bless the House of Von Valaxius for your largesse of spirit, Shireen. And thank you for deigning to speak with me. Turns unusually hesitant, now attentively choosing her words that only a moment ago rolled off her tongue in an uninterrupted cascade. Here's the thing, Shireen. My network of trade representatives has been stretched a little too thin recently, like a chiffon dress on a whore. Supplies are all over the place. Orders aren't being filled. Clients are kicking off. And not without reason. And revenue's plummeting. If that wasn't bad enough, my guys running things from Footfall have been incommunicado recently, and an astropathic message has finally come in to tell me why. Some Ashmag or Ashmags, throw and smite them, has captured my gang. and they're threatening to kill every last one of those hard crafting whelps if I don't do what they want. And they only want one thing, my Mectatum Tabula Official, in exchange for my gang's life. Tosses her thick mane of hair and grits her teeth, looking more vicious than you have ever seen her. But I'm not giving up my certificate for anything, and nor am I going to leave my guys high and dry. That's why I'm begging for your help and protection, Shireen. I have to step into a cage of hyenas. I'd rather do it with a lion at my side. I like the lion. Thank you. Amina sent the message. Shireen, you know for yourself that all astropathic chit-chat is nothing but a stream of images, thoughts, intentions. Nothing concrete. But I don't need the name of the sender, I already know it. I can smell Falco's stench all over this, or else it's Vladium's doing. This is just that damned Ashmag style, as he take him. Could be a bluff. It could, Shireen, but I've been missing the familiar stench of the docks, and darling Octi and her bar, and even the stony gaze of the Exalted One that watches over you wherever you are on footfall. I'm homesick, you see. Another smile vanishes from Jay's face, leaving a nakedly bleak expression behind. The Exalted One helps those who help themselves, Shireen, and I don't want to risk the lives of my people. Why should I help you? It seems you've reached the limit of your abilities. If the intoxicating feeling of your own magnanimity isn't enthralling enough, Shireen, I'll remind you of more mundane but no less significant concerns. My network of coal traders is falling apart because someone threw a spanner in my well-oiled machine, and then a few more for good measure. If we do not remove these obstructions, the network will not recover, and all the resources and efforts you have invested in my business will have gone down the drain. When we reach Footfall, I will help your associates. I look forward to the day, Shireen, and praise be to the Exalted One for bestowing such a miserly portion of haughty indifference upon your heart. Hello, Henrix. This will be a chat. Lazarus. Henrix gives you a curt nod in greeting. I apologize for barging in unannounced. I have received news that I must discuss with you face to face. You may recall that I mentioned Achilles. Henrix paused before continuing. That Achilles Challenger was transferred into my remit by a colleague. The colleague in question has contacted me. She requires my immediate assistance. Who's this colleague? Yeah. Henrix hesitates for a moment for answering. Emelina Lichenhart, sage to the Lord Inquisitor. And more about Emelina. An acolyte who was assigned a different range of objectives in the Kronos Expanse. Trails off and shakes his head. Don't take me. I am still trying to hide information from you, even when I am asking for your help. Emelina is a sage, a unique acolyte of the Inquisition who can absorb huge amounts of knowledge and store it in her own memory more securely than any data crypt. She entered the Lord Inquisitor's retinue before even I did. Talking to her is a strange experience, but I was barely scratching the surface of who she is. Emelina is an incredible scholar, and an expert on the forbidden and the illicit, and of course, she's a loyal servant of the Golden Throne. See, talking to her is a strange experience. What does that mean? Henrix locks his fingers and says nothing for a few seconds. Since birth, Emelina has been different from other people. Specialists from the Inquisition enhanced her natural gift of hypermnesia. Hypermnesia. Sure. There are certain procedures that can be done. She creates separate blocks of memory, which she can then lock under a code word or even overwrite with new information. She can organize her mind like a normal person arranges boxes on a shelf. One box might contain information about a recent mission in the Calixis, another the latest decrees of the Lax Imperialis, and another her own childhood memories. This level of compartmentalization might seem somewhat insane to the untrained eye, but it is the price one must pay to turn an ordinary servant into a useful tool of the Inquisition. You said forbidden illicit. What does that entail? Emelina carries knowledge that is forbidden to common servants of the Imperium. She carries this knowledge within herself, as it cannot be entrusted to logs or cognators. He frowns. Said before that acolytes of the Inquisition must shoulder a heavy burden to come into contact with things that can penetrate and corrupt the soul. For sages, this is an especially trying ordeal. Emelina's hypermnesia. It's like amnesia. Hyperamnesia. It's hyperamnesia. Amnesia. has been enhanced so that she now remembers everything she sees, however briefly. After many years of service, she has examined and seen enough to become an unrivaled expert in this field. I speak of her with obvious affection. Henrik's brow lifts. Emelina is a worthy acolyte and an invaluable tool in the Inquisitor's arsenal. I admire her talents and traits. You failed to mention Calcazar had other agents. I didn't fail to mention it. I deliberately concealed the information. Divulging the location of the Inquisition's agents could threaten not only the acolytes themselves, but also the results of their endeavors. I believe I have a clear picture of Emelina now. What was her message? Emelina's message is incomplete and distorted. It is impossible to make sense of every word. The only thing we know for certain is that an acolyte of the Inquisition is asking me to go immediately to Phaton 4, a remote planet. In her message, she seems to be requesting either military support or help with an evacuation. Whatever precipitated this request, Emelina would not make it if it weren't absolutely necessary. I know a rogue trader has more than enough other matters to deal with. Nevertheless, I would like to officially request the Lord Captain's assistance in dealing with this issue. Rex inclines his head. I have no authority to demand anything from House von Valaxius. Therefore, I am confining myself to a request, for the sake of the Chronos Expanse and the Imperium. How'd you circumvent me and acquire information? Who cares? Eyebrows lift. Lord Captain, a rogue trader may be in position to challenge the Inquisition's authority over their soul, mind, and actions. But rogue traders, astropaths, and Vox officers? Hardly. Is there any hint to what exactly is threatening Photon? Henrik says nothing for a time, then begins to speak slowly as though he is fighting against resistance. For the avoidance of leaks, and details of the objectives of specific acolytes shall remain a secret. All I can tell you is that the primary threat that Emelina was dealing with in the Chronos Expanse was Xenos. In particular, Drukhari raids on distant systems. A sage is ideally suited for gathering data about the chronology of this problem and finding appropriate methods for combating it. As for what Emelina is doing on Phaton 4 specifically, I don't know. I don't even know how any details about the world itself, only that there are humans there, so either it has been colonized or a garrison has been established there. The Cult of the Final Dawn has been my top priority here, and my investigation has given me no cause to turn my attention to that planet. You're searching, you're asking for my help for the sake of the Imperium, not because one of your own is in trouble. I am not inclined to display excess sentiment. Every agent of the Golden Throne is willing to sacrifice themselves if the need arises. Is this because when he wanted to talk earlier, I just brushed it off? Every agent of the Golden Throne can be replaced. What cannot be replaced are the results of our efforts, such as a message reporting that a bulwark of humanity is under threat. I shall help you. I shall go to Phaton 4 and put an end to this threat. Thank you, Lord Captain. I am confident that this minor deviation from our primary course will help to stem the spread of anarchy in the Chronos Expanse, if only slightly. At the very least, we won't be outflanked. I've already spoken to the navigation crew and provided them with the coordinates of Phaton 4. We can set a course for it as soon as you give the order. My companions? This is an interesting... Enough, Xenos. Justice will be done, one way or another. Henrik's voice drips with venom. Slither all you like, heretic spawn, but you will never leave this ship unscathed. The bridge is enveloped in an unusual silence. The officers on duty are huddled in the corners, looking on curiously at what is transpiring in the center. What is going on? Catching a sight of you, the curious crew members dash to their posts, leaving only the senior officers in the middle of the bridge. For how long are you going to tolerate this filth on your ship, Lazarus? This foul traitor who has already dragged you into the darkness once and who almost left your protectorate without its sovereign. Rogue traitor. Henrik's voice makes your blood run cold. Has Aladari heresy clouded your judgment? Treachery always means death.
either for the traitor or the one betrayed. You almost died in Kamora, your retinue. You know what became of them. Is it not high time that justice was done? Those present nod wordlessly, but do not dare to interfere. Now, this is a fine spectacle. The Inhuman gets what she deserves. Let us all watch and laugh. Your wonderful path has led you into a rather thorny situation, cousin. Oh yeah, how is she the one in trouble? And meanwhile, Marasi's just chilling here. You refuse to beg for mercy in Kamora. Now you will have to lick the boots of Monkey. Silence, Zenos, your turn will come. Juliet does not react to the curses being slung at her. With an impenetrable expression, she watches the crowd before her, then turns her gaze to you. Anyone else want to share their thoughts? You know, Lord Captain, I will support any order you give, but to keep the Zenos in the retinue, especially after everything, Abelard casts a tense look at the lower bridge, after everything that transpired because of her, it would not be wise. The enemies of humanity have no place among humans. You know this. Cassia's hands shake a little as she clutches her fist. But death is far too merciful a sentence. What I endured was far more terrible. Ilia blankly surveys the crowd. I think you may have forgotten who gives the orders on this ship. How dare you burst on the bridge and make demands of me? Enrix narrows his eyes, disappointed. Deplorable indulgence in the enemies of humanity, rogue trader, and your own weak will. The one who points out a mistake shall be rewarded for the truth, but if you do not wish to see the truth, remain among the blind. Everyone present timidly averts their eyes. Speaking up against you definitely was not part of the plan. Are you all right? Juliet shrugs uncertainly. Your monkey have had it worse. I will live, and the wounds of my soul will eventually heal. They will live too, but their souls will forever bleed painful memories. Do you really not care about what happened? Or are you trying to conceal your true feelings again? I am sorry that my mistake led to anyone along the paths of the Dark City. I can see their pain and rage. I understand. But words and pity will not help them. Only time and perhaps revenge, which will dull their pain for a little while. You have taken away their chance for revenge, Elentok. And all we can do now is wait. They will forgive you. Not all of them. Not right away. They will. Stop it. You cannot believe that, Elentok. I do not need words of comfort. The words of these monkey do not touch my soul. Only your thoughts matter. Yours and mine. It's time to get back to work. Juliet gestures elegantly before leaving. Until we meet again, Elentok, may the darkness scatter into a myriad of new stars before you. Oh my gosh, finally. Also, I thought we were going to have a little trial, but yeah, it really was just like a couple of phrases. And is the doggy over here? Where'd my doggy go?
Broke free the bold from captors grasping. Dark cities, feeble dungeons, eternally disgracing. Flows now this saga in the hall of glorious feasting, where all extol the wolf mighty, and the yet fatter cunning. I hope you're not going to put off the feast. Our escape demands a grand celebration.
I asked for one, we didn't get it. What are you planning to do with your newly acquired freedom?
Find my pack. As we speak, they are likely performing some bloody service for Calcazar. For that reason, I want to have a word with the Inquisitor.
Another reason to get to the...
Fenris Yolda, et Fater.
Words cannot I regret that I failed to see Iliad's designs through the prism of my own powers, Lord Captain. But now, I think I'm beginning to understand the Xenos' intentions a little better. Their lies, their fear, their fury. Now Iliad's colors are woven together in my eyes into a single, garish tapestry of alien emotions.
Iliad.
And though its shining makes my eyes bleed, I see the way Iliad dissolves into the whiteness of grief every time she speaks of home. And the way crimson flashes electrify the air every time her betrayal is mentioned. Jai continues to envelop herself in the variegation of her habitual masks, changing her colors at will like so many garments. But deep within her heart trembles a timid seedling the color of smoky lilies. It is grimy, burnt, and covered in ash. But it is genuine. Who knows? Perhaps one day Jai will allow it to grow and blossom. The fire of a rising sun illuminates Ulfar's face. A blaze so incandescent, it is painful to look at. But whenever the fire subsides, even for a second, at once an undercoat of dismal grayness and repulsive green haze envelops his shoulders. No one around him notices it. But I see. The Drukhari, Maradai, Eldari hues are always too bright. They stupefy the mind. But with this Xenos, I can only see billowing darkness where his heart should be. Nay, 1,000 shades of darkness, from a slate-colored haze to the midnight black of a starless sky. I prefer not to peer into the gloom of his colors, Lord Captain, lest it swallow me whole.
Anything new here?
Right here?
Nope.
I have enjoyed your...
Greetings.
She didn't have anything new for me. I think it's because I never found the ship we were looking for her.
Rogue trader.
Know more about you and your ball.
Ask your questions. I will decide which is worthy of an answer.
Speak low Gothic. Knowing your kind, I cannot believe you learned it willingly.
It was a punishment.
Huh.
One of my raids was not as successful as it should have been, and Erimeris ordered Tavantius to forcibly implant the knowledge of the repulsive monkey language into my mind. Supposedly so that I could at least benefit the Cabal by coaxing the monkey into their cages. 5 days I spent under a cerebral burner in the Spire's main hall, to the delight of Erimeris' entourage. I dislocated every joint, struggling in agony against my shackles. But I would endure it all again to expel this poison from my head.
You're Draken your Cabal. What does that mean exactly?
The Draken is the first among the blades of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, and the Drukhari who stands but one rung below the Archon. The Draken leads raids and wages wars against other Cabals, keeps the arrogant true-born and half-born upstarts at bay, and has the pick of any opponent in any battle. Erimeris used to have others in her inner circle, but I ensured that they all disappeared one by one, and that their successors were too terrified to take their place. That was when my sister engaged an incubi order to serve as her bodyguards. Incubi do not respond to fear or bribes.
What sparked the conflict between you and Erimeris?
Must there be another reason beyond survival and ambition? Kamora does not tolerate weakness. Kamora respects only strength and cunning. Either you climb upward on the corpses of your enemies, or you become one of the steps underfoot.
Those are the great and terrifying Miraze. Was only the Draken of the Cabal and not its Archon.
Keep your arrogance in check. Irimaris was clever and deadly, and if I had underestimated her abilities and strength, I would have been food for the Urgals long ago. The very fact that she surpassed me speaks for itself. I refused to give her cause to cast me out as a traitor. No, our rivalry, our little game that ran since our birth, took time. And another thing, when you're at the top, you need something to stave off boredom. This game amused us and terrorized the rest of the Cabal.
Nozaraki and the Cabal of the Black Heart. What is their relationship to your Cabal?
The Cabal of the Black Heart is the most ancient of all the Cabals, and the largest. It casts a shadow over all Camorra, and when the Black Heart strikes, you submit or you die. The Reaving Tempest was not prepared to perish, so when the Black Heart's shadow stretched as far as us, Irimaris' predecessors chose to bend the knee and become their vassals. Irimaris never liked the Cabal's subordinate position. Her words, and sometimes her actions, directed against the Black Heart, prompted whispers of discontent and fear among those who served her. I was not willing to renounce the protection of Asdrubal Vekt's own Cabal. If I had succeeded in overthrowing Irimaris with Nazrake's aid, many within the Reaving Tempest would have supported me.
Mantis the Arch-Machinator. What is your connection to him?
Tavantius was Irimaris' ally, not mine. The Reaving Tempest is his patron, and patron also to the Witches of the Arena. I have had cause to seek out his artistry several times, and each time with difficulty. Of late, he's been gone from Camorra more often than he's been in it. He was probably in one of his lairs where he hides his other experiments and creations.
Do you have any idea where his other lairs might be?
After Tavantius quarreled with the witches and was stripped of the Cabal's protection, his havens in Camorra were turned into a deadly trap. I imagine they've been ransacked and destroyed by now. His other hideouts may be somewhere in the tangle of the Webway, or in real space. But that last possibility is madness even for a homunculus.
When did you have the need for his expertise?
When the grotesque of a rival Cabal ripped my arm off at the shoulder, when I needed a substance to wring the truth out of you in the Obsidian Court, when I had personal desires that only a master of flesh could satisfy.
Personal desires.
You are just dying to know, aren't you?
The more I listen, the more it seems that, for a proud Drukhari, you very much enjoy submitting.
An amusing example of a primitive mind. Any Drukhari towers over any monkey, and we do not conceal our attitude to livestock, but my Kabbalite kin. Every one of them should be treated with caution, and those who have already demonstrated their power and might are a deadly threat in their own right. I do not revel in submission. I accept things as they are. And I wait until a point of weakness reveals itself and calls to my blade.
Curse of Trueborn, what does that mean?
It is a caste in Camorra. Noble Drukhari born under certain circumstances. Their cradle before birth was not an amniotic gestational tube, but a living womb. Carrying a fetus for such a lengthy term is as good as a death sentence for a female Drukhari. She is too vulnerable to her enemy's attacks, and she is of no use on a raid. In Camorra, only the most powerful Drukhari, who are able to surround themselves with the best protection, can allow themselves such an extravagance. Farkaza Aziriesh, poisoner of Azdrujar, and Shaimish's elect, was one such exalted leader of the Drukhari. The result was worth the effort.
You have numerous titles, I recall. Tell me more about them.
Eviscerator of Illyridas, Blaze of the Barkag Kingdom, and Slayer of Corocius the Pale. Illyridos was a world inhabited by our distant Eldari cousins, until I led a reaping raid there. The Barkhad Kingdom was a separate cluster on the fringes of Komorra before it went to war with the Reaving Tempest, and by the time I left, I was wading through the blood of its inhabitants. And lastly, Carocious the Pale. He was an ancient homunculus who betrayed the Aziriash at the behest of another cabal. That was not a military victory, but a personal one. In his attempts to make himself invincible, Carocious had sown inside himself the deadliest creatures from the depths of Komorra. It did not save him. I cut out every one of his 8 hearts and sent them to his former coven as a warning to the rest.
I see.
Are you sure?
Know more about your kind.
What exactly do you want to know?
In what way do your kind differ from the Craftworld Eldari?
In all ways. The Asuriani are feeble shadows of our ancestors. We are their true inheritors. The Asuriani hide from she who thirsts behind their paths, relying on the visions of their precious Farseers, or blind to the reality around them. We Drukhari laugh in the face of the unknown. We thrive off the carnage and pain we inflict.
You're kind of obsessed with pain. Why?
Because the ecstasy of suffering is the highest form of pleasure, accessible only to superior beings. By your very nature, creatures like you are incapable of knowing such gratification.
You lie. Drukhari cannot survive and escape the pull of chaos except by feeding off the suffering of others.
Careful. My tolerance for such remarks will run out eventually, even given your depressingly simplistic mind and non-existent instinct for self-preservation.
Where did Drukhari hide in the webway?
Watch it. It is Monkey who run and hide, not our kin. Komorra is the legacy of our ancestors. They found a way to penetrate the tangle of the webway and move through its twisting labyrinths. Few would hazard to travel in this splintered kingdom, let alone erect bastions in it. The Drukhari are the only Eldari who do not fear the horrors of the webway. For every peril we overcome makes us stronger.
Awareness. Maraze sounds sincere, but it is clearly his truth. That he is speaking. Something in his face makes you think there is another reason why the Drukhari race chose such a tumultuous dimension to be their home. Keep hearing the name Durabe Vect. Tell me about him.
No. No one speaks of the Overlord of Komorra without good reason. Amusing you is certainly not reason enough. Perhaps. What else?
What do you plan to do next?
I must adapt to my new circumstances. And to this bucket that you Monkey call a void ship. These alloy bulkheads. So primitive.
I must take my leave.
Then go. I will find something to amuse myself with.
The deliberating ageness that seemed to take root in Abelard during his imprisonment in Komorra has abated. His hair has regained its color, and his muscles have built back their strength and tone. How are you feeling? Have the healers done their job?
Indeed they have, Lord Captain. The rejuvenating procedures have turned the clock back once more. Just don't ask me how many needles our chirurgeons had to stick in me to make it happen. But I am recovered from the ills of old age. Well, most of them. One cannot evade death forever. Every time I come to the brink, it takes another bite out of me. Lord Captain.
To what do I owe this visit?
No, Lord Captain, not a thing. And I'm wandering from bay to bay, scaring the crew. Of course.
Take heed, Nemo.
The Dark City released us from its thorny embrace. The wounds of the body will heal. But what about the wounds of the soul? Crudarach fell, and its demise shattered the fragile lives of countless children of Osirian. Scattered across this part of the galaxy, hounded by the monkey, pursued by the Dark Cousins, imprisoned by the servants of She Who Thirsts. Hatred is strangling me like a snake, and fear is coursing through my body like a burning poison. For the path I chose is leading me down the roads of failure. I can neither hold back my grief, nor rein in my anger. And yet, I am powerless to stray from my path. Pay no heed to my fleeting wrath, Alantark. When the will slips away, the soul trembles with rampant emotions. But I will resign my heart to meekness, for there is no other way a marked outcast can help their fellow Eldari wandering in the dark.
Any terrible things happen? Are you alright?
I found myself in the Dark City after following the twisted roads of truth and lies. And although the truth blossomed like an ugly bud and scratched my soul with its thorns, I did find the answers to my questions. Those who come back from the dark of the webway will never be the same. But it is we who change while the surrounding world remains imminent. This thought gives me strength.
Crudarach suffered an unenviable fate. I am sorry your world is lost.
I have no need for your sympathy, Alantark. Besides, neither Monkey nor my dark kin found the decaying remnants of Crudarach. Perhaps all is not lost. Perhaps we may yet bring back what has been taken.
What will happen to the seer now?
As soon as Eklendil gathers his strength, he will depart the Lilithon through the Webway Gate. Do not ask where his path takes him. He follows the road of his own destiny.
Where's the path of the
as it
outcasts
should
lead
be.
you now?
On the trail of a monkey called Caligos Winterscale. Even a worm may harm a wounded tiger by bringing infection into an open wound. And the wounds of my people have been bleeding ever since Crudarach's demise. The spirits of my kin need a poultice, a hope, not the executioner's sword already poised to fall.
I'd like to ask some other questions.
You may try.
You are spoiling me with the splendor of your... Oh.
The only Saiyan knows me.
Some of my ship's been improved. I don't really know in what way they mean. Oh, I need to re-sign these again. Yeah. It was there. You. You. This one, oh, it was Abelard, but... Oh, wait, what'd I just do? What'd I just do? Oh no, I just did. Oh, I spent some scrap, I think. Let's save. This has been a while since I've saved. And also, I want to re-equip my old gun. Oh, maybe I should have equipped this the whole time. Oops. I wouldn't have gotten the extra actions out of it, but I would have just gotten big damage. So it should be above this. Where is my... Where is my baby? There you are. Not worth it. Unless it looks cooler. What did you hear about the Protectorate? We discovered a world that is home to a long-abandoned colony founded centuries ago by one of your predecessors. A ship was sent there, carrying several thousand colonists who were to restore the derelict settlement. After the ship entered the system of destination, contact was lost with it, and its fate remains unknown. Perhaps you might like to investigate the disappearance of the vessel personally. In addition to that, your lordship, pirates have presented a serious problem to your domain. For centuries, a group of bandits headed by a ship called the Elusive Contempt has been raiding cargo vessels on their way from the Protectorate's most plentiful extractia. Their ability to deftly escape pursuit by patrols has allowed them to operate with complete impunity. The pirates' flagship has been spotted in a nearby system. Your ship, Lord Captain, is sufficiently powerful to finally chase down those brazen scoundrels and bring them to justice. The Astropath Acquire has received a series of alarming messages concerning the Narmer 4 system. Where a dangerous space anomaly has supposedly manifested itself. Its nature is unknown, but the fabric of space within the system is reported to be curved and unstable. It is said that any ship entering the region disappears without trace. I believe we ought to be prudent and steer clear of that system. There's something else, Lord Captain. The ship's astropaths have caught echoes of alarming messages. Unidentified ships abandoned by their crews have been spotted in several systems of the expanse. It may only be a rumor. Those who encountered them have gone missing. That is all, your lordship. More ranks been added. Oh, it looks like it. Oh, because he's been sent off. That's a really strong shotgun. And I do have a lot of Xeno goods. Could use to get back up with him or with them. Oh my god! The shotgun never misses. And holy moly, that damage. Oh, but it has no armor penetration. Yeah, even though and 2 shots. So that's the trade-off. Never misses, only 2 rounds. But it has a rate of fire of 2, which is cool. If that ever comes into effect. It would be nice to kind of step up with him and catch up. where I should be. Ooh, that's nice. Ooh, Astartes gear. Maybe I do actually want to do this. Holy moly, these guns are all getting so strong, though. I'm gonna have to kind of... Maybe I should, since I need to kind of power through and get to more current gear. Holy shit. I now know I should probably keep like one of everything. Ooh. Thank you. Is this better? It is. Ooh, that's nice. This is a dummy thick shotgun. I will have to give it to our homeboy when we get him back, though. Oh, I guess I should probably like math it out. Do it like bit by bit. Don't go overboard. The Caspilica mission needs a lot of gear, so maybe I should. Ooh. Yeah, unfortunately we have a ways to fucking go. Yeah. Got to scratch the freaking surface, dude. That's cool. We ain't got no ship parts. Where was that staff? Ooh, you're supposed to use psi rating. The other one gives toughness, which is nice. Ooh, but they suffer bleeding, so there's a trade-off. Loses toughness and he gets bleeding. Kind of provoking him to have to use it a little more. We'll try it out. Ooh, wait a minute. With the additional action point is sweet. This could just give her so much willpower, though. That was less block, but that effect is so sick. Is the sword? Yes. Doesn't feel like it. This shit looks old. Let's see if she has any rumors for me. Perhaps you would be interested in the Vox transmission I intercepted not long ago, Lord Captain. Clearly, the encrypted message contained the coordinates of a landing site on a certain planet marked as rare cargo. I have not been able to uncover anything else, but I believe the encryption was intended for those who are involved in unsanctioned trade activities. A multitude of scout ships tirelessly explore the expanse in search of new resource deposits, but unfortunately not all of them represent the interests of Von Dynasty. I occasionally intercept Vox transmissions from ships prowling in your domain in search of easy loot. An asteroid size... Oh, I've been there. An asteroid the size of a small planet has been discovered in Soto's tomb system, and the prospectors believe there may be a wealth of resources hidden under the crust. And the last time for today, a few pilgrims from Footfall, who were graciously welcomed aboard, have been filling the crew's minds with tales of a world of the Ascended. They say the prayers on a world near the cold star Cinerus Maleficum have not ceased for several hundred years. They claim that the God Emperor himself chose this planet and raised all its people to his halls. We have suppressed these rumors to ensure the crew are not distracted from their vital task. Perhaps you might decide to visit the planet given the unusual reputation. So many companion quests. There's new shit here. No, all the same. Except for this. Deal with yeah, wasn't that where I was already going before I got sucked onto this wild ride? You know, I'm gonna do like a single warp travel, and I guarantee you like 3 more discussions or something will pop up where someone will be like, so-and-so wants to speak to you, Lord Captain. Brave Merchant Route. What the? Whoa, what are all these contracts? Oh, right, I forgot I had this. Interesting. These two are like twin swords. Only fitting. Also looks sick. This other one is tempting. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, it's Aldari gear. Sure. Ooh. And you got Pink Hill butt. I didn't even realize. There's a part of me that kind of wants to make like shortcut to Dargonus. I think I might do that though. From like there at least a footfall. That way, there's just like a fast, easy route. Well, Captain, there's an emergency at the officer's deck. Numerous victims, loss of communication. The voidsmen report warped voices filling the compartments. But this is not a warp breach. This is the Xenos you took aboard in Janus. He's gone mad. I have two fairly reliable witness accounts. According to one, the Xenos suddenly assaulted the group members, gutting them seemingly at random. The other claims there are survivors who barricaded themselves in adjacent compartments, but the enforcers managed to isolate the raving Xenos in a dead end. Such are the consequences of ill-considered actions born out of the lack of faith in the God Emperor's laws. I'm ready to stop the accursed Xenos rampage personally, repay every life he has taken. Why am I not surprised? Rogue trader, we cannot bring back your subjects, but I will gladly aid you in disposing of the rabid creature. Vox relays this Scythian realization and right? Helen, talk. I know the reason behind Marazi's madness is. Please, I must accompany you. The department, I will help. Explain your words. Do you remember what happened during my very first voyage aboard your ship? When I found myself beyond the veils, the servant of she who thirsts descended upon the fragile shell. Oh, words. Oh, that's right, we did just take him through the warp. He's a Surion. Keep us safe from her claws, but the Dark Ones never sought to restrain their desires for excess and pleasure in order to acquire at least some protection against our eternal enemy. When the voice of She-Uthers called out to me, I found refuge in meditation. I think Marazai started feeding his withering soul instead, using the only method he knew. Found forces who had blocked the Xenos in the dead-end corridor waiting at the deck. Oh, where's I guess I can't use them right now. Interesting. Let's not bring Hendrix. Let's let's try to. Yeah, got a bit of catching up to do. Hello. Mukari, somewhere around here. Open the door before he gets me. Well, I don't know why you were wearing a dress in that version,
Attention
because
to detail is
the
the
real
key to
you wasn't.
success.
Is there money to be made?
Hold on, there's the loot. How could I miss this? Whoa! I have a feeling we're going to start finding a lot of really strong guns for a little bit to catch us up. Let me guess, you're going to become real. I'm kind of under with you, as all of us too. What do you can do with this? The spawn. Permission to report, your lordship. It started a few watches after translation. Well, actually, they say this associate of yours has been acting strangely even before that. It's as if he started hearing things. He was swiveling back and forth. I thought we left this dude on the planet, and he was going to jump in the webway. Marking something in Xenos tongue. Then he grabbed his blade and sliced his hand open, his own hand. Out and lunged at people nearby. The voice of she who thirsts. She turns pale. He heard the call. Any of our kind who find themselves beyond the veil become tempting prey for Selam Thresh. And your technology that protects the ship from her baleful influence cannot drown out the sound of her maddening voice. Point at the demon. Can you see her? See who, your lordship? Who are you referring to, Lord Captain? Where's Marazi now? Who? Oh, the Xenos. He's holed up in there. He nods at the barricaded gate. He corralled a number of crewmen in there like Groxes to a slaughterhouse. All we could hear were screams. Well, we couldn't save them, so we locked him in there so he couldn't crawl back out. Oh, this is Miraz. No, is it? Are they both in here? Prospect of having a rabid Xenos crawling inside our bulkheads makes my heart sink. No, we have to drag him out. Then we either put him on a chain or, forgive my bluntness, Lord Captain, we sought him down. We're the victims. We'll unblock it. Right quick, your lordship. Like there was a way to flush the fiend out without going in. Everyone's mercy, I completely forgot. The late Technomat. He turned on some security systems right before he bled out. We figured if the Xenos thinks. Okay. Lordship or permission, but we wouldn't be right captain go there and draw deeper. Who is this? The ruler of this vessel and the master of the lost child. Come closer, let me get a good look at you.
We should deal with this.
Ooh. I always keep my options open.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay. See? Right there.
What the heck?
Nothing escapes my sight. Cast your eye there.
Oh my goodness.
Onward.
Dog.
Never doubt me. The Emperor favors me today.
God,
shields me.
are you stupid? Why? That's not what I clicked on.
Duty prevails. Never doubt me.
I have a nose for profit.
I'm restless.
Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe it says you walked onto a grenade.
Blessed be the hand.
I will lead us to fortune.
It'd be nice if your characters would try to find a path around mark trap on the floor, but that's probably a lot to code. Figure out already, as it is.
Thank Russ for my sharp senses.
The Emperor favors me today. See, right there. Duty prevails.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Marazi jerks his head up when you appear. His already gaunt face is tightly wrapped in pale gray, parchment-like skin. His teeth are bared feverishly, and his dark eyes have turned into two pitch-black mirrors that could show your reflection clearly if you were to gaze into them. He opens his mouth, but instead of words, an unnatural rasping hiss comes out. If this creature ever possessed intelligence, there is no sign of it left. At last we meet, my poor child. Look at him, mortal. Look at how he yearns to return to the one whose caress his kind rejects so stubbornly. Come, child, follow my voice, and my prince will grant you all the bliss and torment in the universe. My Darkin has lost himself in the fight against the pull of she who thirsts. Allow me, Elentok. However great our differences are, however dissolute and depraved the dark ways may be, I cannot blind my eyes and let Silam Thresh take him. Sooner or later, all his kind will step into my embrace. The prince is patient. The prince knows that every Aldari soul is already his. But if you let me get close to the lost child, if you lull him into letting his guard down, my prince will reward you, Lazarus. Nah. Better bring him to his senses. Alright, stares at you without blinking, teeth still barred. Arazi, can you hear me? Let's talk. Your confident voice reverberates through the metal room. The Drukhari blinks, then blinks again. The mirror-like surface of his eyes seems to ripple, as if something else is beginning to surface apart from soulless reflection, something vaguely resembling awareness. How many disjunctions did you survive in Komora, Marazi? The warp is powerless as long as you refuse to let it take hold of you. Master yourself. Your words appear to have reached Marazi's mind. He shakes his head and closes his eyes. Then you watch him take a deep breath and relax his shoulders ever so slightly. Why are you confusing and tricking the lost child? The end is decided. The end is inevitable. Coercion. What about all the talk of the great Aldari race? If only you could see yourself now, you worthless, quivering beast. Mirage was all it took for you to soil yourself. I'll rip out your tongue and make you swallow it piece by piece along with your own teeth. Huh. There behind Marazi ripples, and you watch as the Daemonette's faintly visible silhouette bleeds out of thin air. The horrible mouth is sneering, triumphant. The large pincer is rising higher and higher. Destroy the warp spawn.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
For the Emperor!
I'm a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may. Emperor, give me strength.
Oh man, Abelard's just barely in the way.
I understand your intent.
What the?
Stop trying, monkey.
Why don't you have any stacks? That puts us in a horrible situation. Not gonna be very helpful.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Why don't either of us have stacks to mark our prey? What the fuck? We're like totally gimped now. That's awesome. Nothing we can do.
In the name of House Orsenio, I shall prevail.
I don't have any stacks of anything, dog. What the fuck? This is bullshit.
I'll see to it personally. Who if not me? I'll see to it personally. On it. Never stood a chance.
Oh, wrong. No, not him. Jeez. You're tough, Abelard.
Make it happen.
Even soldiers don't fight like this.
Roger, babe.
I'll see to it.
Babe.
This pain
No.
is just a taste of what
Oh my gosh.
in retaliation.
Dude, I can't control myself. My character's just murdering people.
I'll make it happen.
Don't do it!
Your mistake will cost you.
Oh my gosh, why? Why? That's so annoying. Jeez.
Best defense is a good offense. Consider this a taste of what's to come. Here's my perfect moment. Nice try.
I had another shot, but I don't care. Don't get yourself killed. Okay, good. He fucking did.
This tedium is...
Your mistake will cost you.
Dog. This still sucks.
I am not your...
They're dead, gone, vanished. But I can still hear their whispers. How do monkey bear them from days and days on end?
Damage taken Argenta. Yeah, she freaking got fucking shot. You will hear these whispers every time the void vessel travels beyond the veil. Learn to accept this. Find an anchor for such times, or lose yourself. Anchor, Assyrian. That is for those who seek to delude themselves with false limitations. As long as I have victims in plentiful supply, I won't let Silan Thresh claim me. Are you sure you've regained your senses? I never forgot myself for a moment, nothing more. Your presence tells me a great deal of grief, Xenos. Your kind step beyond the veil with nothing but your crude technologies and prayers to a deaf god, and you expect those such as I to rely on such paltry protection from the terrors of Sheila who thirsts? For own sakes, Lord Captain, why are you even listening to him? That there Xenos is worse than a wild beast. How can a ship that sails in the God Emperor's light allow one of his enemies to act like he's the master here? The living meat that serves you talks too much. They would, however, make for perfect playthings. I need strength in order to suffer through your oafish voyages beyond the veil. If I don't obtain a source of such sustenance, Silan Thresh will only keep testing my limits. Lord Captain, the officer has a point. If things continue on like this, we might end up with a mutiny on our hands. A massacre during every warp jump, as if we didn't have enough troubles to deal with on days like this. Stay on the lower decks. See to it that I'm not disappointed with my allotted territory. If I begin to run out of sacrifices, I think your servants will be too terrified of becoming my next plaything to perform their duties adequately. That well-fed monkey on the ship's bridge, Factorum, I think he will solve the meat supply problem if it arises. Your lordship, the enforcer tries to object and immediately shrinks. Lazarus, the meat is too loud. Control yourself. There is always next time, Lazarus. I will have my chance yet. Ooh. Wait, is that it? Yeah, okay. Okay. I'll have to remember if I'm ever in a fight with secondary targets that me and Iliet can't be near the normies. Because we'll just start capping them. Apparently. We're tapping our visitors on the bridge. What's this all about?
Sauerbach? Or no? Your lordship. Factor bows low every few moments. Danarok brings a perfumed cloth to his face, but his expression remains obsequious. Members of your crew have made a request to allow them to proclaim their most profound devotion to the Lord Captain personally. Young man. Man in a warm uniform bows awkwardly. Your Highness, gracious Lord Captain, please let me speak on behalf of the whole crew and everyone, and express our gratitude to you officially, so to speak. The kind of leader you are, the way you treat people, it's now known in every corner of the expanse, from Footfall to poorest, dirtiest, most unremarkable planet. All praise your dedication to the human spirit and good. I just let a fucking monster onto one of my lower decks. Everyone wants to serve under your command. There's no end to the volunteers. So the other day, when we were clearing out an abandoned sector for new living quarters, we found a forgotten vault, right in the bilge of the ship, literally beneath our feet. Well, it turned out the vault had some centuries-old weapons in it. They look a bit odd, but they're powerful for sure. The good tech priests helped with the assembly and consecration of the weapons, and now you can strike down your enemies with even greater might. Your lordship, apart from the weapons, the crew has sent one more find to the bridge as a token of its eternal gratitude. A most ancient mechanism, which our tech priests have dubbed the Celestium Observatorum. Alas, the machine spirit refuses to heed their rites, which makes the device more symbolic and aesthetic than practical in purpose. Do you wish to see it? Yes. It looks suspiciously like a lens. Looms over the deck, while the spirits of this ancient mechanism have gone silent forever. The words intricately described in this frame still serve as a source of resolve. The keen gaze sunders the darkness, a bloom with deceit, and reduces all corruption to ash. What was this about a weapon? Excuse me. There was talk about a weapon. I would like to have it and see it. I guess that was a lie. Or maybe it'll be given to me when we go back. The Expanse. What did I win? Ah! Maybe it was a gun I already owned a version of, so it just didn't care. Anyways, let's make a shortcut. Boom. That way, if I need to, I can get from one end to the other between two of the most important stops. Oh, is this the entity that I cross paths with? Oh, the Heartless. This is where it is. There's Fox connection with the Captain of the Heartless. Here's to hear about the Heartless Voyage. Nice. For destruction of a pirate ship. No, that Sargana was no longer the master of the Heartless, to buy captives. I like these all collect here in near my capital. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand aside. No need to crowd around. Governor Drivestem will take care of everything. This is ridiculous. Such a thing happened right in the Rogue Trader's palace. Warren, you are confronted by the sight of dead bodies at the entrance to the palace. The corpses have been hauled into a pile. Some are dressed in uniforms of palace warrens, while others are arrayed in clothing typical of the Darganas nobility. Upon seeing you, the young enforcer stands at attention and swallows noisily, his voice trembling as he says, "Your lordship, we are honored by your presence." Why is the dead bodies? What's the meaning of this? "You see, your lordship, these people wanted to attack." Clears his throat. Second Lieutenant of the Palace Guard, Elm Wyatt, report. Wait. Wheat? Wyatt? Shortly before you arrived, we averted an assassination attempt on the rogue trader. The palace soldiers detected intruders and engaged them in combat. And the assailants. Observation. There are high rare functioning servitor specimens present among the expired units. Such specimens are traditionally bestowed upon noble houses that are most loyal to the sacred fellowship of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The augmentics of the deceased do differ from the implants that ordinary people wear. Their intricate construction makes it clear that these deceased were not ordinary humans. Abelard frowns. As far as I know, House Daprak has received such servitors from the Crimson Priesthood as a gift in the past, although this is my first time seeing one myself. Where is the court chancellor, Wersurian? I think she is with the rest of the House Wersurian, detained in the throne room, that is. Governor Drivestem has gathered all the Darganos nobility there to pronounce a guilty verdict. Why is the governor not here to greet the rogue trader? I do not know, your lordship.
Just as I planned.
Hello? Oh, did I pick it up? Someone was trying to help them get away. I built him specifically for arc rifle usage, but right now he needs a damage boost. So someone was trying to help the Werserians escape, or make it look like the Werserians were planning an escape.
I always have a backup plan.
My armor could do with cleaning.
Oh. Let me through. I have an appointment with the Chancellor. My apologies, my lord, but you cannot go any further. Governor Drivestem's orders. What's Drivestem up to? I shall complain. Here I come. Your lordship is an honor. Governor Urban Drivestem seems to materialize out of thin air, so suddenly does he emerge from the crowd. I regret such unfortunate circumstances have occasioned the road traders' visit to the capital. Your lordship, you're here. Please, you must hear us out. The road trader is undoubtedly here to listen to the testimony of each and every one of us and punish the traitors. We have known each other for many decades now, and we have had our fair share of disagreements, but do you really think my flesh and blood would trample upon the very definition of honor and loyalty? We have evidence implicating them, Abelard. I am sure that his lordship will arrive at a fair ruling. What are the charges against House Werserian? Disruption of logistical lines, bribery of Adeptus and Ministerium officials, document forgery, and organization of heretical insurrections. On top of the evidently devastating economic impact this has had on your protectorate, these criminal acts have impeded the delivery of imperial tithe, which in turn has drawn the Ministerium's attention. Needless to say, the esteemed Adeptus Arbites cannot ignore this situation either, and before their representatives arrive at the palace, we are obliged to identify and punish those responsible. I wish to hear your account. House Versurian denies all charges laid against it. These last few months have indeed been trying for Darganos, but we have done our best to remedy the situation. My family's every effort was focused on stabilizing the capital's logistics and economy, so much so that we failed to notice the web of intrigue unfolding behind our backs. What happened in my absence? We have caught wind of the rumors of your disappearance. We patiently awaited news of your return, but then Darganos was struck by a series of terrible events. The first was the sabotage of logistics and hampered shipments. Then mass unrest spread across the entire planet, and the minor noble houses began squabbling among themselves, trying to pin the blame on their rivals. We took great pains to calm them down and managed to quash the revolt, though not without some outside help, unfortunately. These events have also been overshadowed by the, I'm ashamed to even say it aloud in front of you, your lordship, the rumor circulating among the higher houses, stammers, then takes a deep breath. Some were calling for Theodora's true heir to be installed as head of your house, Hunrad Votvir. Not all your subjects have forgotten his past efforts for the benefit of the Trade Protectorate. When the investigation was launched, the evidence led us to the Versurians. Why are there dead bodies at the entrance to my palace? Your lordship, I humbly beg your pardon. You see, right before your arrival, the palace guard discovered a plot to assassinate you. Fortunately, the malefactors were disposed, and before they could cause you any harm. Gravestem, you aren't accusing one of Dargos' leading noble house of treason without outright evidence, are you? Of course I have evidence, your lordship. The investigation has established that members of the Versurian family, which is responsible for both Darganos' fleet and its logistics, use their contacts and influence to forge a host of documents in order to undermine the planet's supply routes and economy, thus fomenting unrest among the inhabitants. Allow me to introduce my son, Cornelius. Cover points to lanky young man. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the Adeptus Administrarum Palace, and it's thanks to him that we met. Okay, yeah, you used him to forge some documents. The investigation led us to the perpetrators, who admitted to acting on the orders of a member of House Versurian. It was they who were intent on spreading the idea of restoring the title of Road Trader to the true heir. This young man is shrouded in mists of gray and blue. Sickly shadows of fear are fluttering around him. Do you support the governor's accusations? The aristocrats in attendance exchange glances, the noble lords averting their gazes at the noble ladies hiding behind the fans. No one is willing to be the first to answer. Starbuck, of course. Over as many years of service, Governor Drivestem earned Theodora's trust, and he holds his high office for a reason. On behalf of House Sauerbach, I support his accusations. Your lordship, Governor Drivestem has always faithfully served the rogue trader of House von Valaxius, and concerned himself with the future of your trade dynasty, and so, House Daprak thinks his charges against House Versurian to be sound. I humbly ask you allow me to speak in defense of my family's honor. The evidence provided by the governor is utterly false. I cannot refute it, but I can say with confidence that no one from my family has ever tried to forge documents in the Adeptus Ministerium, let alone undermine the economy of your planets. Sabotaging logistics, riots, conspiracy. The case appears to be flimsy. I wish to learn more before I make my decision. As you wish, Lord Captain. Inclines his head with a stiff bow. Speak to me when you are ready to announce your verdict. Thank you for your willingness to help, Lord Captain. I am certain that all the charges are false, and I would be grateful for your help in exposing them as such. I think you should speak with everyone present. Detective time. I wish I brought Henrix instead of of our Space Marine. Mrs. Daprak, why did I find shit outside? Proceeds to you. Her mechanical voice sounds distant and indifferent. Greetings, Lordship. May the Omni Messiah grant you understanding. Abelard, it must be difficult for you to see under these circumstances with your house standing accused of these grave crimes. My family, Lady Toriana, is yet to be found guilty of anything. That verdict's for the rogue trader to reach. Do you think the accusations against Wersurian are true? I will not take such responsibility upon myself and rule on their guilt, your lordship. I do think Governor Drivestem's accusations are worthy of consideration, however. In your opinion, which nobles might have a reason to party such a conspiracy? He thinks for several moments. Pardon my bluntness, your lordship, but I will answer truthfully. It could be anyone. Greed, fear, the ideals that drive even the most loyal subjects to do the unthinkable. I've examined the bodies of the assailants that were killed today. All of them were high-functioning servitors. Such servitors were only employed by families close to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Isn't that so? Is it possible to read Toriana's emotions in her heavily augmented face, but her sudden turn toward her family betrays her confusion and surprise. Perplexed whispers bounce from one family member to another. Impossible. We came here by ourselves without any servitors. We know nothing about it. Your lordship, thank you for informing us of this. You were absolutely right. My house has indeed been endowed with high-functioning servitors, a blessing for those who revere the Omni Messiah. But today, none of our house members were accompanied by them. I found this note on the bodies of one of the attackers. What are your thoughts on it? Officially, high-functioning servitors are employed by my house and my house alone. If such units were to attack the rogue trader, suspicion would instantly fall upon the Capraks. I assume that this is what the Wersurians intended to happen, but they did not expect that the servitors would have this letter on them. Vincent, I wish to speak to you. Ready to serve, your lordship. How may I help? What do you make of the charges? I do not think I can doubt the validity of the accusations, but Vincent's voice trails off and he seems to retreat himself for a moment before counting. Takes a deep breath. I am also not sure that House Wersurian had a reason to betray you, your lordship. I do not know any instance where their loyalty to you and the Emperor was anything less than unwavering. Do you know and care for Astartia Wersurian? Are you prepared to watch her die? His jaw augments, screeches slightly. The young man scrutinizes his mother and other family members for a few moments. There is something you ought to know, your lordship. Today I noticed one of my family members to be in an odd, uncharacteristic mood. Halen Caprak is my parental second cousin once removed. May the Emperor save his soul. Usually reserved and self-possessed, today he was frantic and anxious, fidgeting with a small piece of paper, and seemingly looking for someone to no avail. When I last saw him, he was headed to the entrance hall, where the altars are. Perhaps you should talk to him.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Who are you? Worship, are you leaving already? But everyone's waiting to speak the verdict. Hello, you. A finely dressed man in the middle Emilius is kneeling in front of the altar, his palms folded in prayer close to his face. Oh, there's no altar here. The implant-free parts of his skin are sickly blue color. Nolan does not react to your presence. He does not lift his head. He does not blink. He does not even breathe. Only when you draw closer do you realize that he is dead. Colors of House Caprak. I do not believe he decided to take his own life in such an extravagant way. As far as I know, there is a warden post here, but I do not see any wardens. There was no one to ask about what happened here. I should actually start raising his Medicae instead of athletics. I can raise other people's athletics. But what happened to the man before he died? I would like to ask Urband where the palace guards suddenly disappeared to. Examine the body. Ooh, there are no visible wounds on the body, but near the edge of the gold-trimmed collar, you notice a tiny puncture in his blue skin, likely a wound caused by a thin needle. Try to determine cause of death. Oh, death came suddenly, ravaged his body with a cramping spasm, preventing him from falling to the ground. Some rare poisons have such side effects. The affected victim suffocates slowly without being able to move or call for help. Pockets. Make sure the rogue trader is attacked by someone loyal. It should appear as if it was all staged to let Wersurian family escape. This is the last assignment. Soon your debt will be paid off in full. Yep. Look around. We're almost certain that the wardens are usually stationed nearby, but their post is empty. Where have they gone? This would be an excellent question to put to Governor Drivestem. Step away from the corpse.
I discovered a dead body, a member of your house. Right here in my palace, he died kneeling in prayer. Halen. It can't be. Halen, was it? Tell me about him, Toriana. Halen is one of the lower-ranking members of House Japrak. Despite his advanced age, he never held high office, but he was forever striving to better his position, even beyond his abilities. Many members of my house struggled to cope with the misfortune that befell Kiabagama and our family. Some members could not reconcile themselves to our new position. Halen was one of them. What could have happened to him? Visors and oculars fixed to the floor. Her fingers restlessly clenching the fabric of her dress. Toriana, the time to keep silent is long gone. The future of the Von Valaxius trade dynasty and your house are both at stake now. We lost Kiabagama, a truly devastating blow to every member of House Japrak. I lost all hope of the future, and my kin lost their sense of purpose. We needed time to recover and chart a new course for ourselves. We were and still are more than capable of doing that, but I will not deny it. The other houses have offered us their assistance for their own self-serving ends. Perhaps Halen decided to take them up on one of their offers behind my back. Lord Captain, the Gapraks, all or perhaps only some of them, are definitely involved, but I suspect that they were not behind the plot against you. Halen Gaprak could be nothing more than a puppet in the hands of a well, yeah, of course. We must expose whoever that is. We are to prevent the pestilence of heresy from spreading any further. What do you suggest we do? Interrogate the heads of the Drive Stem and Sauerbach houses. One of them has been pulling the strings here. Once we uncover the new evidence, announce that the guilty party will be publicly executed. Before you pronounce the verdict, I suggest focusing on each house in your indictment speech, and I shall observe them. For new evidence, announce the guilty party. Before you pronounce the verdict, I suggest focusing. I have known those people far longer than you have. I know all their gestures, habits, behavioral quirks. I'm sure that I will be able to determine which of them was responsible for the riots based on their behavior. We'll check on the Wasurians before we interrogate. Draw closer. The wardens step aside, bowing respectfully, allowing you to approach the Wasurian family. Clementia, tired and slightly disheveled, is the first to bow her head to you in deference. Several men and women behind her follow suit. Your lordship, accept my most humble apologies for failing to greet you properly, and my thanks for agreeing to speak with me before making your final decision. The charges brought by the governor are severe, but I can only assure you that this and swear on my own honor, we are not guilty of the crimes House Wasurian is being accused of. Lamentia. A hint of sorrow creeps into Abelard's voice, belaying his stern facade. You were acting head of this family. You were supposed to take care of each and every family member, and now you're being accused of treason and collusion against the rogue trader, and the entire family is facing death. How could you let this happen? The governor claims you forged documents. Please, the primary remit of House Wasurian. It is our responsibility to just supplies of customer of influence. Face incorrect weather data and Mirage fuel budget. It was clear that the cause of these problems was calculations performed in the Ministerium in one way or another, but no matter how many times we ask, we cannot ever obtain clarification. Let's learn one of the bodies in the heretics plan to attack. Can you tell me about it? Your lordship, let us be frank. It would be foolish of me to try and orchestrate something like this. Knowing how many wardens are patrolling your palace, I would not have let myself or anyone in my family get involved in such a scheme. Tigers were high-functioning servitors. One of them looked closer to ordinary human. You know anything about them? Servitors? That's so. I've encountered servitors that were just... Yep, House Japrak. You're not guilty. Who is? Who stands gain? Anyone, really. Yeah, but jump a chance. The logistics system, Lady Theodore chose to grant noble status to House Wasurian, but the other houses which have served Spencer Millennia did not welcome the decision. What was going on here, and who was the real master behind it all? Where should I start? Granted cannot be of much help. Discovered the body of Helen Gaprak. There's the Wasurian family crowd around to examine a note. Not sure if it is relevant. Perhaps you should know since the fog. Yeah, okay. Nothing new. Go over to these assholes.
clicking.
Your lordship.
Etika Sauerbach, looking like a younger copy of his father, stands at a slight distance, close to his mother. An expensive yet understated dress serves to highlight the dazzling beauty of Makariu's wife, Regina. But I can't question them. However, House Sauerbach, led by Macarius, all bear striking resemblance to one another. They bow to you and almost Houston. Do you really believe they are guilty? Certainly. Governor Driveston possesses proof of guilt. We have no means by which to refute it. Even if I were to entertain the idea of the Rosurians are being framed, how much longer would their house have lasted anyway, if it is so ill-prepared for treachery? My advice to House Rosurian would be not to appeal to the rogue traitor for help, but instead to simply stop, accept their fate, and not make matters worse for themselves. I cannot remember Lazarus von Valaxius seeking your advice on what House Rosurian should do in this situation. Pay attention, Macarius. Focus on the rogue traitor's questions. Who, apart from the Rosurians, could have motive to conspire against me? House Drivestem, wishing to expand their clout. House Caprak, who lost their influence to Kiavagama in the incident. House Sauerbach, whose patriarch is too direct in his communication with the rogue traitor. Anyone who could have a reason to conspire against you, and equally they could have none. It is not a question of motive, but of loyalty. Each of your subjects has sworn an oath of loyalty to you, so whose sincerity do you doubt? It's the only set of place where rare high-functioning servitors. I have always thought Toriana too weak to participate in such risky ventures, but it seems I was wrong about her. Never dead body in my palace, House of Caprak. No, I know nothing about this note. Oh, I should have read the descriptions of what he was doing. Oops. Governor Drivestem is surrounded by his retinue, who are all dressed in expensive gowns and finery. The matching color scheme in their outfits and the striking physical resemblance among them suggests they all come from one family. Your lordship, thank you for giving the case undivided attention. I wish to hear your reasoning again. As soon as the logistically runs the advisor, we tried to person call spring years returned. The investigation showed that some of the documents inside. Where do you think the son Cornelius? Your lordship, son of the young man bows to you awkwardly, nervously licks his dry lips. I assure you that my humble person is undeserving of your attention. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the Mysterium Palace. It was he who discovered the errors leading to the disrupted logistics. It is also thanks to him that we found the perpetrators of the forgeries, who admitted to acting on the orders of House Rosurian. What do you make of this letter? It looks like another piece of evidence incriminating House Rosurian. Perhaps they truly did intend to kill you. All these sailors were high-functioning servitors. High-functioning servitors, Drivestem ponders this rumbling his chin. Such servitors are indeed rare, and the Gapraks do have them in their service. This should have been done intentionally with the eye of to confusing you, anyone with a desire and sufficient funds to hire them. Tell me more about your son, Drivestem. Thank you for your interest, lordship, but I am not worthy of it, Governor Son bows. Son, show due respect, forgive him, your lordship. This is the first time he has had the honor of attracting the attention of a rogue traitor. Tell me more about your job. Manage the documents records related to the economy of Dargonis. You probably know how scrupulous the workers of the Adeptus Mysterium are. I am afraid that a more detailed explanation of my duties would mirror the administrative process of the Mysterium too long and overly detailed. Or for him to look me in the eye. How did you manage to find forged documents? When compiling records on the last cycle supply chain, I noticed inaccuracies, discrepancies, and figures, which with the help of other clerks, managed to find several other documents. Cornelius stammers and swallows noisily. Comprehensive data analysis has shown that the discrepancies were caused by intentional tampering with the data, thus leading to some logistical problems that were practically unsolvable. Father and I have managed to single out the Mysterium clerks responsible for tampering the data. Following a heated interrogation, they confessed that they were following the orders of someone from House Rosurian. Everything was supposed to look as though they were the ones suffering losses. But does House Rosurian have access to the Adeptus Mysterium? There's no conceivable way they could do all of this in a place where they do not hold any power. Replying to Governor Son nervously adjusts his expensive frock coat. I think the right amount of money can open any door. Cornelius, what was the true reason for your nervousness? The young man's pupils suddenly dilate. He stands at attention and replies to you in one breath.
This is the first time I've spoken face to face with the rogue trader. I'm afraid of saying something wrong or forgetting something important. Governor closely watches his son. His tone changes, now sounding strict and curt. Do you wish to tell the rogue trader anything else? Place the hand on your weapon. You are speaking to a rogue trader. My patience is running out. Coercion test. You see a flash of terror in Cornelius' eyes, and he stares at the hand of your weapon. He speaks quietly and confusedly without raising his head. Forgive me, rogue trader. I can't do it anymore. This lie has gone too far, and I can no longer control it. The truth is that all of the logistical problems were caused by a single error in the numbers. My mistake. What? Looks genuinely shocked and enraged. When I discovered my mistake, it was almost impossible to restore the supply lines. Then I was approached by someone who said they were a friend. They did not give me their name and never saw their face. They promised to fix the problem. All I had to do was pretend that the Wersurians were responsible for the mistake. And as for the rest of the evidence, they promised to arrange it all and suffocating fear, unable to speak. Urban curls his hand to a fist, knuckles turning white. What have you done? How could you? Your lordship. He suddenly turns to you as if trying to shield his son. This is my fault. I trusted my son and have failed you in doing so. I beg you, have mercy. Abelard shakes his head. And you called my family's honor into question, Urban. Nevertheless, I harbor no desire to kick a man when he is down. Lord Captain, the confession you have obtained means that House Wersurian can now be cleared of all charges. Who was this friend that approached you? By letter. I received a letter out of the blue one day. It was unsigned, but the person writing already knew about my erroneous calculations. They offered to help me cover up my misdeed, and in return, I would name the Wersurians as the ones who had sabotaged the supply lines. All I had to do was gather together some documents and reports that were listed in one of the letters, and keep my mouth shut. Urban, your son was found in her same mistake. I will try to find some. Urban, your son has found the courage to make his mistake. I will try and find some compassion for him in my heart. Thank you, your lordship. Governor bows. And as for your position, I think you will be reassigned to a role requiring less responsibility. Found dead body. This is probably not going to change. Remember how Snaprak was killed in the palace? No one noticed, but how? There are wardens posted at every altar. There was no one near the deceased. The wardens had left their posts. Did you order them to do so? Emperor forbid, your lordship. Governor helplessly throws his hands in the air. Your negligence is stunning, Urbend. An assassination attempt followed by mysterious death, and yet here you are, oblivious to everything. The rogue trader can justly accuse you of allowing a noble to be killed in the palace and of failing even to notice it. It may be so, but it is for the rogue trader to accuse me of negligence, not you. Your lordship, accept my deepest apologies for my imprudence. Nothing matters more to me than my honor. I shall send the servants to deal with all this immediately. Did you see Gaprak the day before I arrived? Aelin. I did not see him myself, but perhaps. Governor turns around and asks his family. Have any of you seen him today? I think my sister and I saw him sitting on the bench some distance away from the palace's entrance. I think he was accompanied by a gentleman, but forgive us, your lordship, we cannot make out his face. Lead me to that place. Of course.
This is intriguing.
We're sitting with someone here, your lordship.
I always get the job
okay.
done.
How Sarbok usually serves this wine.
Keep your wits about you.
Yeah, I really wish I brought Henrik's instead of man. I feel like he might have added something, just as Pastel was able to add something at the start. I have to go back.
restore it to her. Surprised these guys don't have anything new. Oh, he replies with hesitation. I mean, everything's kind of pointing to them now.
I always keep my options open.
I want everyone. The charges brought by Governor Drivestem were fabricated. House Versurian had nothing to do with the orchestration of the riots or the plot targeting the rogue trader. However, the real perpetrators are here in this very room. Seneschal nods to you, as if urging you to continue. Urban Drivestem, you have exhibited inexcusable negligence by failing to question the possible involvement of any other families besides Versurians. We've discovered that the attempt on my life was orchestrated by a member of House Gaprak. The governor closes his eyes, fear and shame getting the better of him. Some faces of the crowd look confused and surprised, but you see more wearing expressions of self-satisfied content. Abelard looks from the governor, shakes his head as if to say, no, it's not Drivestem. Oriana Gaprak, a member of your family orchestrated an assassination attempt against me, here in my own palace. And though he has already been found dead, this act is reason enough to forever brand your house as traitors. Mocking whispers creep from the crowd. Toriana is trembling faintly. She still does not raise her head, perhaps out of fear, meeting face to face. I know that House Sauerbach offered their help to the Gapraks, and the late Halen Gaprak seemed to have accepted the offer. I suspect you are responsible for his death as well. Sauerbach furrows his brow and slightly cocks his head. He averts his gaze for the first time, as if trying to remember or make sense of something. You notice some restless movements behind him. Abelard narrows his eyes and scrutinizes Arcarius Sauerbach and his retinue standing behind him. His sharp eyes light up when he catches sight of something important and hidden in the crowd. Seneschal looks at you and nods as if to say the puppeteer has given themselves away. Pronounce the verdict. In the conspiracy against the rogue trader, I find... Sauerbach. Seneschal, you may take it from here. Macarius, I must admit I have always admired your bluntness, but just as I once had to say goodbye to a promotion because of my dislike for intrigue, you and your family might soon say goodbye to your heads. Tell me now in your blunt fashion, are you loyal to House von Valaxius? Sauerbach narrows his eyes, grimacing. I am loyal, Versurian. Abelard studies Sauerbach, then suddenly nods. You are not lying, but someone else is. Someone who's poised to destroy both you and your family for her own gain. Ooh. Macarius does not have time to respond. Regina, who is standing beside him, raises her arm as if to slap the elderly seneschal. Abelard deftly catches her wrist, stopping her hand right in front of his face. Her dainty hand is adorned with a massive augmentic ring topped with a thin spike dripping with venom. Sauerbach shifts his confused gaze from his wife to Abelard, then back again. The stiff arrogance has vanished from his posture. Regina, you? Mother, Upon realizing what happened, Hedeka recoils from his mother. Icarius, your bluntness makes you an open book. When I talked about helping the Gabrax, you had no idea what I was referring to. Your wife, on the other hand, her eyes started shifting like you would not believe. Regina Sauerbach, you alone betrayed the rogue trader, jeopardizing the prosperity of the von Valaxius trade dynasty, and you alone are responsible for your unmasking. Why would you do this? At the spike in her ring, Regina's words are dripped with poison and rage. Because Dargonis is serving an impostor. The true heir of the Protectorate bears a different name. When Kunrad appeared on Dargonis, he paid me a visit. He opened my eyes to the truth of the situation. Theodora was killed by one whom she was so unwarily taken under her wing. Macarius is too narrow-minded to even consider opposing the rogue trader, even an illegitimate one, so I had to wait for the right moment. And the disappearance of the Lord Captain could not have come at a better time. It was quite simple to trigger a chain of events on Dargonis so that people remembered Master Votgir's past service. It seems that many of your subjects do not actually consider you a worthy successor by the Rosurians. Because when stripped of the Seneschal's protection, this house is the weakest one of all of Dargonis. And they are also particularly disliked by the governor's family. It would have been easy to bury the Rosurians under accusations of heresy. Who aided you? Oh, of course I didn't. I have too many helpers to list them all. Rest assured there are plenty of them. Just as there are plenty of people who follow Master Votgir. My death will not change anything. The true rogue trader will come and take his rightful place when the time is right. Why'd you kill Halen? Halen was a good agent, but he was also a coward. He came to me just before our formidable rogue trader arrived. He was ready to confess everything. I suggested that he plead for the Emperor's forgiveness first, and he did. Grant him mercy, did he not? Well, our sentence has been carried out. Finish this. Does the rogue trader condemn only the rotten apple or the entire barrel? I don't doubt the Sauerbach's loyalty, due to Sauerbach on my own ship. I will not exterminate an entire noble line that is loyal to me just because of one traitor. In that case, Regina Sauerbach shall be subjected to intense interrogation followed by execution. Heresy crimes against the von Valaxius trade dynasty. As I say. Lord Captain, you have my thanks. A rogue trader should not waste time on matters that his servants and trustees can resolve. In this case, your intervention was necessary, not just for the sake of my family, but for your trade dynasty as well. Regina Sauerbach. Evidently, Kunrad's accomplices continue to plot against your protectorate. I fear we have not heard the last of such scoundrels. Thanks to you, Lord Captain, House Rosurian is saved, although it came close to being wiped out as a result of scheming without an imprudence within. I was a moment staring off in the distance. Sometimes I think about how much I could teach them. I could ensure that they survive in the future without me. What are you going to do now? I need time to reflect upon what happened, and my role, and the role I played in it. I think I will be ready to resume this conversation later. We are back on board the ship. I actually want to see what new members of my crew have to say about my city. A little graphical bug. I maybe I should have gone to the bridge, actually. Talk to Abelard. I assumed he would just pull me aside.
Lord Captain, allow me to express my gratitude once again for your assistance. If it weren't for your intervention, my entire family could have been executed on false charges. I could have lost them all. I never imagined the Viserians would be so vulnerable while I serve as seneschal to the Lord Captain himself, far from home. To tell you the truth, Lord Captain, this whole situation has got me thinking. As Patriarch of the Viserian family, I have a responsibility to my bloodline. Yes, it is my duty to serve as seneschal to the rogue trader, and I have no intention of relinquishing that role, if you find my service as satisfactory as did Lady Theodora. However, if I could be more involved in my family's affairs, and still serve the von Valancius dynasty.
I understand your desire. Traditions and old ways must change. I will allow you to return to Darganos after the immediate crisis in the Expanse has passed.
Thank you, Lord Captain. Under my watch, the Trade Protectorate will remain safe and prosper in service to you. Well then, Lord Captain, it is time I return to my duties. Is there anything else I can do for you? Lord Captain.
Rad. I'm gonna go grab Solomorn. Next time, though. I'm just gonna chart the path. Leave off there. Urgent message from forces have arrested a dangerous saboteur who attempted to gain entry onto the bridge. This may be worthy of your attention. Well, the saboteur in the circumstances is rather strange. I think it would be reasonable for Magos Pascal. Oh. Is it Nomos? Taking over a servitor? Group of servitors whose movements are suspiciously well synchronized stares at the towering prisoner. You do not need to hear them speak to recognize Nomos, who's been fit to attend the interrogation. Oh, the captured man, if he can be called that, looks positively gigantic, next to the enforcers at his side. Deadly-looking metal gleams dimly beneath his faded crimson robes. His hands are folded obediently, His mechandrites are perfectly still. I greet the master of this vessel cathedral and offer my humble apologies for this unbidden intrusion. My apologies to you as well, brother. Interloper inclines his head in the direction of frowning Pastel. Then the prisoner turns slightly and looks straight at Nomos' observing servitors. And of course I must beg forgiveness from you, Great Spirit. It was not my intent to desecrate your temple. Before I accept it, who are you and why did you infiltrate my ship? My name, if it matters, is Asclepius, formerly a computator general of the Cognatius fleet, and now a Liber Recluse with a status of Maletech. Maletechs are exiles whose ideas have not crossed the line of heresy yet, have come close to it. They are removed from the fleet structure to give them a chance to see the folly of their ways and prevent sedition from spreading. Unusually alarmed. All of that is trivial. My past is nothing but a set of archived data. My lost status is a part replacement string in the long chronicle of the Cognizance fleet. I come not as the priesthood's messenger, as faithful disciple of the most holy Amarnaut. My brother once served as the Enginseer Prime on this ship. Gestures around him reverently. He was an adherent to the school of disconnecting cycle, as am I. It has spread that far. It is difficult to discern Pastel's emotions from this tone. I know that my brother perished, but before he did, he sent me a message that told of a journey embarked upon by Theodora von Valaxius, a journey through a dimensional gate, an artifact more ancient than humanity itself, and toward worlds unknown. The blessed Amarnaut was with her. There upon those dark worlds, he witnessed a great miracle, the birth of a machine spirit of incalculable might. My brother believed that this spirit, when fell a slumber within this ship like a child in a cradle, not responding to lowly pleas. That was the purpose of my pilgrimage, to reach the ship where my brother died, the ship upon whose decks the blessed Amarnaut had walked, and prostrate myself before the Great Spirit. Amarnaut traveled on this ship. Yes, he did. My brother's words were clear. Years ago, Amarnaut was part of rogue trader Theodora's inner circle before their ways parted. Something more about Theodora's journey. A knowledge of it is scarce. My brother suspected that his memory, along with the memory of all who might have known the details, had been purposefully modified. He saw it as a sign that the journey had revealed a great truth, and that there were those who did not wish to see the truth brought to light. All that he conveyed to me was that Theodora had reached worlds unlike any people of the Cross Expanse had ever seen. There, she unearthed a great treasure of technology, one the Amarnaut had the privilege of experiencing. We know about this great spirit. It was a great miracle. The Omnium's breath meant to help us continue the cycle. It was born of treasure that Amarnaut and Theodora discovered upon the dark worlds. Yet even a being so glorious needs attendants and guides. As long as the Cognizance fleet is racked by schism, and my brothers and sisters suffer defeats without end, there is no one to aid the spirit. That is why I came here. Does the name Nomos mean anything to you? Nothing. He has not come to know us yet. He will if you let him, Lazarus. We know. We sense that his words are about us. But the story he has told is our story. You are strong, yet you let yourself get caught. I took a vow that I would never inflict physical harm upon lay people. The Omni-Messiah grants us the power of the true flesh for the purpose other than damaging the frail and blind creatures that are all who have not yet tasted his knowledge. I've made my decision. Whatever it is, I will accept it. As will I. And yet I plead that my brother be shown leniency. His story initializes thought. We ask you keep him for us. Actions have caused no harm, and I shall not harm you. You are free. You may stay on my ship as you choose. I cannot ask for more. All I wish is to remain in these halls and observe and reverence the Great Spirit's deeds. Let the cycle be discontinued. Or disconnected. Some servers turn their head to you and nod all at once in what can be interpreted as an expression of gratitude. I have to talk to these things. You're a servitor's body at my Magnae Accessio, Nomos. Nomos are not in a cognator or in a servitor. We cannot say where we are, but our existence is tied to the existence of the ship for now. Servitor and the cognator are only external interfaces, shells like humans and their bodies. So we really are the spirit of the ship. We do not know what we are, but the ship is not us. The ship is our cradle. We may rise from it one day. We would like that.
Flies aren't merely shells. No, they are shells. A human's existence is more than the existence of a shell. This is obvious to us. There is always something more, something then that shimmers and shines for what the dark light and wicked hunger are always approaching. Let's see if you guys hear it. I found a miracle on the day of my end of my worldly road. I have never seen, never will see anything more meaningful than the spirit of Nomos. In the face of its multitude, we are all nothing but fixed values of erroneous function. Read the data bank recovered from Theodora's cache, and then you said the incident marked the beginning of Nomos. What did you mean by that? Yes, Nomos, remember. You brought us status sustenance, and it contained a name, Epitaph. We recognized it. No, not like that. In that name, we recognized the place where Nomos originated. Almost suddenly fell silent. Nimbles raced chaotically across the screens of the huge cognator, and you heard an almost human groan from the depths of the machine. Nomos understand, realize, comprehend themselves. For a moment there, silence broken only by the moans of the huge machine, and then the cyber gargoyle begins to speak, and with it the other servers chosen by Nomos. We have analyzed the data with which you sated us. We've recreated the sequence of events. First, there was Epitaph. This is a world, but it is merely a case, a container, for something we cannot name and cannot understand. Theodora and this ship have been to that place. Something was lifted up from the world, a gift. A trusted priest in Crimson, one who identified himself as Amernot, comprehended the gift raised from Epitaph, and from it he created what the databanks list as a tech blight. But that is not how Nomos came into being. We were not invented. We were not freed. We came into being by accident. Of course, the servers sound genuinely confused, almost desperate. Theodora's ambition, the myriad mechanisms of the huge ship, Amernot's mind, and inquisitive attempts to comprehend and extract the dormant blight, the dormant epitaph, what lies hidden in its depths, and between it all, we slipped in, connected, and emerged like an electrical discharge between the poles. Accident, incident. That is what we are. We have no purpose, no history. Nomos just are. You know what epitaph is? It is dawn. A tech blight. A gift, but a terrible one. You would call it a weapon. Theodora coveted it. She needed it desperately. Oh, is that what she released on the world? The artificial world? How was Amernot involved in this? Using our knowledge, Theodora allowed him to explore the gifts of the epitaph, slaking his thirst. But we know it did not bring him happiness, and the footprints of his slaked thirst, fear followed. Professor Amernot was involved in the birth of Namespear, and also did not believe for a moment he could be frightened. It was not us he feared. He did not know us, but only suspected. His mental processes were occupied by the tech blight. That is what he feared. He wanted protection from it. The ship was on Epitaph. Amernot traveled aboard it, investigating tech blight. Nomos was born as a result of the incident. So is it possible that no one in the crew knew the whole truth? The truth was hidden, deliberately. Your officer's memories were stolen. All the Cognator's memory banks were wiped. And it took you feeding us the truth bit by bit for us to piece together. Who has the resources, knowledge, and power to accomplish such a feat? It would have been beyond the capabilities of Blessed Amernot himself. He would never destroy knowledge. The story disturbs me. It sounds like an echo of the sacrilege whose name is preservation of ignorance. The spirit of Nomos must be protected from the encroachments of that power that tried to conceal the truth. Enough about the past, let's talk about the future. You do in fact have a purpose, Nomos. Live in comprehending yourself in the world. Life does not need a purpose to justify itself. Simply live. First servitors dutifully repeat your words, but seemingly without understanding them. Nomos is preoccupied. The huge Cognator continues to sing its creaking song, running unknown calculations. Blessed be the spirit, a great path, a great future lie before it. We must assist it on its way. Lady Navigator. Okay, we're gonna end on a high note. Lord Captain, the Lady Navigator has been waiting for you on the bridge for half a watch cycle now. You see, because of her presence, the officers believe Lady Cassia wishes to speak to you about something very important. Unease is spreading to those around her. Ooh. This is probably a quest, actually, though. Like the next follow-up on her companion quest, surely.
Oh yeah, she's appearing before all of us. Well, what's with this suave walk? She's never had that before. Lord Captain. Cassia clasped her hands together. You can sense the air of cold aloofness about her. We must speak now. Oh. Oh. What's this music? Cassia takes a few anxious steps around the study, then says reverently, I have given much thought to all that has happened and to us. Perhaps you do indeed have feelings for me. Perhaps I have feelings for you in turn, but we, she falters, we are not meant to become something more. A time will come when my duty to House Orsilia will call upon me, and you have already been summoned to your duty to the God Emperor and your protectorate. Would it not be better then if we ended things now, before it's too late? If I truly am dear to your heart, you will understand. A tense silence hangs in the air, and Cassia turns away to hide her emotions. Lady Cassia, have I upset you in some way? No, that's not it. I just... Have I not been convincing enough in expressing my feelings to you? Please, that is not what I meant. Renouncing one's duty truly the only way to live, to be with another person? It is for me. It's already too late for me. I cannot bear for life without you. No, that is merely what your heart is telling you. I see human feelings every day with these very eyes. Cassia opens her eyes, frowns, and purses her lips. Emotions are fleeting. They wither too quickly. Sometimes love, fear, attachment, everything passes. I love you, Cassia. And does it not persuade you that I am a wretched mutant? Hey! And that my own subjects see me as a monster? That your servants fear my company more than facing a mortal enemy? It saddens me that you cannot see your own gracefulness and beauty. I nearly killed you. I could have died a great many times, and yet here I am, standing before you. It's all just a lark to you. I'm too deep in love with you to make light of such things. Oh, Lazarus. Cassia looks at you with tenderness and longing, but then frowns in frustration. A familiar sensation in your being, your pain is just suffocating your dark knees. Why can't you understand? I'm a navigator, a mutant. I'm nothing but a tool in his hands, in humanity's hands, and tools are not supposed to have feelings. Cassia sobs and rolls up one of her sleeves. From her clavicle to her elbow, the skin on her arm has grown too thin that you see every vein, muscle, and tendon within. A new mutation, Lazarus, just like that in the middle of the latest warp jump. And this body will go through even more ghastly changes in the future. I don't want you to see what I become. I don't want you to see you grow to loathe my hideousness. Take your hand now, please. Let me tell you about the Cassia I see. She quivers as she makes a weak attempt to slip out of your hands. Your eyes shine like rubies against the sunset sky, and your skin and hair are like fresh snow. Never before have I seen anything so beautiful. Cassia remains silent, her eyelashes lowered and her head slightly bowed. A barely noticeable smile tugs at the corners of her mouth. You've studied thousands of books. You wish to learn everything there is to learn, and I am dazzled by your keen mind and curiosity. Cassia listens in silence. Okay. When I hold you in my embrace, I feel like I am home. I find myself smitten with your raised chin, your refined manners, and your stern look in your eyes whenever you scold me. Lazarus, stop. I hear you. Crimson tears steam down her cheeks, but she is smiling, and hers is a smile of joy and freedom. I can see your colors so pure that I am afraid I might scare them away. Only when I stand before you fully dressed do I feel utterly bare and defenseless. You have captured my heart, made me fall in love with you, and showed me how to love myself. Aww.
I don't know what the future holds for us, but I'm willing to take a risk and find out together with you, my love. Cassia covers your hand with hers, and her knees buckle treacherously. You're exhausted. Come. I shall lay you in my bed and stay to guard your slumber. Oh, Lazarus, that's... Looks at Vesh does not withdraw her hands. That sounds wonderful. No one has ever guarded my sleep before. You will be the first. Wholesome Chungus. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to talk to Maeve. Oh, is this a new trophy? Extra sweet. Oh. You need not fear anyone here. How do you find life on the flagship? Sometimes I stop and stand by a window. It's like I'm flying through the starry sea myself. I still can't believe this is happening to me. You are so generous, my celestial lord. I couldn't dream of more. You're not feeling lonely here, are you? Why, my celestial lord, I have you. And Master Danrock has been very kind to me. Sometimes he brings me all kinds of amazing things. The other day, there was a book of little nobles. I learned from it that the stars are huge, too big to pick up and hold between your fingers, or even to hug in both your arms. And when they dance together, they form entire galaxies. Let's take my leave. While I'm here, we hit that. Yeah, the other reason I'm happy I picked Cassie is that I got 50 fucking navigator bucks. Right, start out with this next time. Oh, this is such a good game.